Let it sit overnight, it even gets better. So let's assemble the sandwich. I have a delicious toasted sesame seed bun. I have our just made open on Sunday sauce. And we're gonna liberally dress the bun with that. Got some crispy chicken we offer here at the stadium. And then I like to dress it very simply. Some shredded lettuce, some red onions, a couple tomatoes, a couple pickles. Can't go wrong with a little bit more sauce on the bun. Add that here. Let's go check on those fries. We'll make sure they drain very nicely. And one of the most important things when frying food, you gotta season it when it comes out of the oil with salt. And these are some pretty big chunky potatoes, so you gotta get some good salt. Toss that in our little basket here. There you go. There you have a crispy chicken sandwich with smoky honey mustard sauce and crispy torn potatoes. Enjoy.
Ace Endico, the perfect partner to help you serve your best.
Paying down debt can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Upstart makes it fast and easy. Borrowers can access the funds they need in as little as one business day. Checking your rate is fast, easy, with no cost to you or your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. Join the club of over 1.8 million customers who have turned to Upstart for a personal loan. Your financial freedom begins at upstart.com.
This is the Away Travel Uniform. It's a collection of suitcases and bags that work together, thoughtfully designed to make travel easier. See this bag? You can attach it to your suitcase like this. You can mix and match and even personalize them. This is the Away Travel Uniform. And this is how you build yours. Start your 100-day trial today at awaytravel.com.
Hello.
Hi.
Are we ready?
Let's get started. That's an off. Good.
Ah, that's what I've been this whole time.
Wisdom. Chiffon.
No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, frog it.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com.
It's been a tough run for the Yankees following the All-Star break. And in a time where run production has been low, they looked to the minor leagues for aid. Enter Oswaldo Cabrera.
Cabrera gets his first big league hit with a double. He's in the column. Daddy's happy. His friends are happy. And the Yankees are thrilled as well.
It is always fun to watch a player arrive in the Bronx for the very first time, and it's no exception with Oswaldo Cabrera. He was smiling ear to ear in the clubhouse earlier today as teammates came up one by one to congratulate him on the promotion.
Base hit for Oswaldo Cabrera.
In his first stint in the majors, the highly touted prospect has impressed with his poise, production, and defensive versatility, which he put on display firsthand.
Long run for Cabrera. And he made the play. Oh, he made the play.
One of the guys that you're going to want to watch course, the closest is Oswaldo Cabrera. That's how fast an impact he has made.
Here comes Baker. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's out. Good throw by Cabrera.
He plays the game at a high level, but he doesn't let the game speed up on him, and he's letting his athleticism, his instincts, and his talents dictate that the Yankees need to play him. And who would have thought this, Justin, when he was first called up? Cabrera has pushed his way into the conversation that you would not be surprised if somewhere along the way he makes an impact in a postseason game.
The impact Cabrera has made on the defensive end can be attributed to his minor league development, where an emphasis on versatility and a willingness to learn allowed him to blossom.
He's a great athlete. I mean, first and foremost, and then he's a baseball player. He's hungry to do anything he can, whether it's playing outfield, infield, whatever the team needs, he's willing to do. So it starts with those two characteristics, and then him just going out there and putting in the work.
Yeah, in Tampa, I was working hard to be ready for any situation that they need me. Not just in the outfield, in the infield too. I just gonna working hard to be ready.
Grounded in the hole, backhanded by Cabrera. The jump throw to first. Got him. Oh, what a play by the rookie.
Not only did he want to go out there and do what you had asked him to do, but he wanted to know why. The hallmark of a great baseball player is asking those questions and wanting to know the details. So then he's kind of become a leader on the field, coming up through the minor leagues, and it's been good to see here.
I was working, like I tell you, I was working with a lot of coaches that they teach me different things. A lot of players talking with me with a different advice or something they have for me, and I was just learning from each other.
Hit sharply and knocked down by Cabrera, stays with it, and gets Beatty.
I think about Derek Jeter, and not that I'm saying he's like Derek Jeter, but in terms of Jeter saying, don't clutter your mind, go out there and don't make one game any bigger than the last game you played. That's what I see when I watch Cabrera play.
Celestino's going for two. The throw is in time. What a throw. Cabrera nails him at second base.
She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10, I wanna get in, can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. Bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. Bag it up, girl. I like the way.
And I think it really saved our marriage.
They gave us books and resources and tools on how to help us with that. I just love him. I love you, honey.
I love you too. Watching her fight for her mental health, fighting for other veterans, fighting for this family, helped me to fight too. Well, I always loved her, but I love her 10 times more for that.
Not all wounds are visible. If you or a loved one are suffering, visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
John, unfortunately, some not so great Mets news. Today, Max Scherzer going to the IL, retroactive to the 4th, the 15-day IL retroactive back a few days.
Was there any doubt that he was going to go on the IL?
At some point?
No, just at this point. Because Peter, what's your first instinct when you're sick or something hurts is that everything's fine. So when you ask him, oh, no, it's not the old injury. It's just a tweak. I'll be fine. I'm like, whatever. Let the doctor examine it, and we'll find out. And he goes up on the IL. So I never listen to an athlete or anybody's first instinct.
Right.
Because first instinct is go, no, I'm fine. Yeah, but your arm is on the other side of the wall. How could you be fine? But the first instinct is fine. He's only going to miss a couple of starts. It's not the end of the world, so no Miami, no Chicago. Those are, you would think, winnable games, although the Mets have been struggling. 3 straight losses after last night's 6-run defeat by 6 runs against last-place teams. They've bounced back today with a 5-1 lead in the top of the 9th inning.
Need that.
To try to stay now tied with the Braves. Mets have not been in second place since April 12th, and they will not be in second place today if they hold on to this lead. But still,
it's a scary time, though.
But, I think they can survive. Scherzer missing a couple of starts this week.
Agreed. That's not going to make or break this team, I don't think, but certainly they would love to not play in the wild card. However, we have to start today with football because we had Robert Saleh on the program yesterday. We asked him about the availability of Zach Wilson, which he told us we would find out today, which we all sort of lamented about after he was off the air. Like, man, what's going to happen between last
would you not respond? And the scenario that I painted is, what if Flacco beats Baltimore 35-7, throws 4 touchdown passes, has a huge day, and Wilson's healthy for Cleveland? What do you do? And he wouldn't say, well, Wilson plays. My question is, why wouldn't you say, Wilson's my quarterback? He's the 2nd overall pick. He's got to play. Joe Flacco is 6-16 over the last 4 years. That says 2 things. He hasn't won, and he's only played, 22 games over the last 4 years. Why is he going to continue? No, kid's got to play, man. He's got to play. So is Robert Saleh worried about losing his job? Does he feel he has to win games to keep his job? Or are they not sure about this guy? I don't know. I don't know why you would be just, he's our guy. But I do get trying to be careful with him. Is the 2nd time he's injured this knee. He's barely in the NFL. You want to make sure he's 100%. But why is there any debate that he just gets his job back automatically when he's healthy?
And I mean, let's forget let's not forget this is a Saleh trait. He did the same thing last year with Mike White, not wanting to absolutely say for certain who would be the starter. Here's I guess the first thing I thought when I saw the news today, Don, was when this injury news first came out, I'm not saying people thought it was much ado about nothing, but everyone was kind of like, well, he'll be back as long as he's back, blah, blah. And my immediate concern was, well, what if he's not back? And what about the snaps that he's missing right now to get himself ready for the regular season? Now, Don, not only did he not get any of the preseason, Steve Young always likes to say, the first month of the season is preseason, right? Well, now he's coming back when it's really the season. He's going to jump right into when teams are playing.
Yeah, and you're going to have that feeling like you're always a little bit behind everybody else. He's got all these new weapons, really hasn't had a chance to play with them. And as you said, when he finally does, it'll be for real. Week 4, we'll be in October by then. You know, now the season's really starting to rev up here. If he's always going to be a step behind, does that mean that week 4 and week 5 are kind of throwaways because he's still trying to get acclimated, and now you don't really see the pure Zach Wilson until week 6 or 7? Now you're almost halfway through the year. This is a very important season for him. You do realize at the end of next year, you're going to have to make a decision on the 5th-year option. So time does fly here, where all of a sudden it's like we got plenty of time, now we have no time. So it does stink that he's not ready. I hope he gets a chance to play, but everybody's kind of jumping Saleh that he lied. He didn't tell us anything. Saleh said there that they found out late last night, early this morning, that he wouldn't play until Pittsburgh. They were saying from the second they got the information back after his injury in the preseason that he was not going to play until he was 100%. Isn't it possible that a doctor could have examined him and says, I don't feel comfortable that he is going to be 100% in time for Cleveland? That's not crazy. So let's not jump the Jets for dropping the ball here. Let's just say they're playing it extra safe, and maybe they just got word. I don't think we feel comfortable that he'll be 100% until week 4. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is fair. It's just tough because you want to see him. Yes, he is the franchise in theory, but we all know, Don, that at the end of the year, we may have decided he's not the franchise. We have to see him play. So I hear you. The Jets didn't do anything wrong. This is just a frustrating situation if you're a Jets fan.
Are you concerned that, or maybe he's not Carson Wentz, where he's injury prone, but are you concerned that now we're talking about a young quarterback, barely in the league, that has already had 2 significant injuries to his knee? And is that going to affect his mobility? Is that going to be an issue? Is that going to really stunt his development that's so early in his career? He's got a wonky knee already that's been hurt twice?
I mean, it certainly doesn't make you feel fantastic. 1-800-919-3776. Curious to take the temperature of Jets fans. And then, of course, also, just from the New York football standpoint, Don, from a couple of guys who are just really desperate to talk about good football, it's just not the start I was looking for. 3 to 4 weeks of Joe Flacco is not what I was looking for.
And again, no offense to Joe Flacco. And I know the Ira from Staten Islands of the world are going to say, hey, he's a professional quarterback. We might have a better chance to win with him. He had a great camp, yada, yada, yada. How do you forward your organization with Joe Flacco playing games for you? How does that forward your team? It doesn't. You're running in place. There's no future for Joe Flacco here. This isn't going to be Vinny Testaverde, where he gets a second career and you're competing for a Super Bowl with him. This is a quarterback that's got one foot out the door. He's a backup. Can he start games and maybe win a couple? Yeah, but you're not going to the playoffs or making a run with Joe Flacco. It's about seeing the development of your quarterback. It'd be the same thing seeing Tyrod Taylor play for the Giants. Tyrod Taylor's got no future as the Giants quarterback. Well, you hope Daniel Jones does. Now, eventually you might just say, all right, we're done with Jones. Play Tyrod. But I don't know if you're going to say at any point we're done with Zach Wilson because of this injury. Now, 6-7 weeks from now, if he's a god-awful quarterback, it's a different story. But right now, I want to see what you got. And more importantly, Joe Douglas wants to see what he has. He invested a second overall pick in the guy.
Let's get things started. And you said his name. You know, if you say his name a few times like Candyman,
oh, yeah.
Ira calls, of course. Here's Ira in Staten Island. What's up, Ira? What are your thoughts today?
Good afternoon, boys. Listen, it's kind of what I expected. I mean, I'm no doctor. I thought this guy's going to miss 2 to 4 weeks, and the Jets I think they're doing the right thing by sitting him, I think mentally and physically. And you know what? Listen, Flacco, I know he's not the answer for the future. I know he's not taking the Jets to the playoffs. But like I told you guys 2 weeks ago when Wilson got hurt, I think Flacco has looked good enough where they're going to be 2-1 headed to Pittsburgh. And then whatever happens, happens. And when Wilson's ready to play, they're going to replace him. But they're going to have a tough decision because the fan base, if the Jets happen to have a winning record by any chance, you know, it's going to be a tough call on solid to win games.
But why is it? I don't understand. Why is it a tough call? Where do you expect to go with Joe Flacco?
Yeah, well, listen. Okay, let's just play it out. Let's be unrealistic here. Let's say the Jets go. I don't know. Let's say they're 3-1 and they're looking good and they have a discussion. Let's say Wilson has a setback. Okay. At the end of the day, you still have 52 other players that you have to have credibility for. And if they know the quarterback's playing well and they're winning games, do you think that some of these guys in the locker room are going to want a guy that's come back who is still really the franchise, who is the future, but doesn't give them the best chance to win right now? You think that's going to sit well in the locker room?
Well, you saw it happen with the Giants back in 2004, right? They were 5-4, and a lot of the veterans were upset. But everybody that's on this team, there's not a lot of veterans, Ira. It's a young team. They signed some free agents, but a lot of them built through the draft who thought that Zach Wilson was going to be their quarterback. Now, if they start winning with Joe Flacco, great. But so let's just say, let's play it out to where he doesn't play all season because Flacco gets this team to 10-7, and they flirt with a wild card spot. In the grand scheme of the rest of the franchise's future, is it good for Wilson for a second year to barely play, and then you go into his third year not knowing if you've got a quarterback or not?
No, of course not. And so Flacco will probably start losing games. You know, they got that stretch with Denver, Green Bay, you got Buffalo, you got New England, Miami. I mean, that's probably when things will kind of level off. And at some point, either before that, maybe in Pittsburgh, or maybe 2 weeks later, Wilson will take over, and then he's going to have his growing pains. Hopefully he improved from last year. But right now, you know, your eyes don't lie. You put both guys on the field behind the number ones, and right now Flacco is ahead of the game than Zach Wilson is.
Thanks for the call, Ira. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I hear in I's voice he wants to see winning. He's had one winning season in 11 years. He wants to see this team win. But you're a football guy. Do you want to? You're hitting the pause button when Flacco's playing. You are.
Oh yeah, I agree, 100%. There's no. I would even argue that it's a different situation with Tyrod, where you could hope that somehow he hits a peak he's never hit before. Joe Flacco was a really solid quarterback who's decidedly on the way out. There's no world in which. Now listen, if Joe Flacco were to join a team that was absolutely Super Bowl primed in every way, could he do enough to will them to a good record? Sure, but that's not what this team is.
Well, I've heard the name Vinny Testaverde get thrown around. Well, maybe Flacco could be Vinny Testaverde. He's not Vinny Testaverde at this stage of his career. Vinny was playing all the time in Cleveland and Baltimore. He joined a Jet team that was ready to win. Then they go to the championship game, and then, of course, everybody's thinking Super Bowl in '99, and he blows his Achilles, and that's it. But that came at the expense of Glenn Foley. Like, so what? You've invested a second overall pick in Zach Wilson. Obviously, now maybe you don't believe it, maybe Andrew doesn't believe it, or our listeners don't believe it, but obviously Joe Douglas believes this kid's going to be a star. Otherwise, why would he take him a second overall? So he's got to play. He has to play. And that's why I was a little taken aback that Saleh didn't say when he's 100%, he'll play. Even entertaining the possibility of allowing Flacco to continue to play, I think, is folly.
Let's go to Randy in Cincinnati. What's up, Randy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
So at the press conference, Joe Saleh said that if Zach is healthy, he's going to play. And the question was asked, like, hey, same thing. If Flacco is on fire, like, are you going to play Zach? And he answered it pretty straight up. He said, Zach's our future. He's going to play no matter what. I think they're doing the right thing, man, because think about it. Like, when he comes back, week 4, whatever it is, he has zero excuses. The knee's healthy. The team is pretty stacked around him. Best offense or roster we've had in maybe 5, 6, 7 years. He has no excuses, and I think that's what the organization is doing. Like when he comes back, guy has no excuses but to ball.
Well, I was basing it off of what he told us yesterday. That when I painted the scenario, what if he goes out there and blows out Baltimore? I think Saleh believes in his heart that's not going to happen. They're probably going to lose to Baltimore. I could see them maybe beating Cleveland, although Cleveland's got a really good defense. And I know there's no Deshaun Watson, but that doesn't automatically mean you go into Cleveland and you win a game. And then you have Cincinnati, the AFC champions, coming into your building. Now, you beat them last year, and I'm sure they're going to be thinking about that going in. Peter, I really think best case scenario, they're 1-2, and it's easy to make the transition. We were just kind of talking, what if they're 3-0? What if Flacco just plays out of his mind? But I think Saleh knows deep down inside, this is Wilson's job. I just was surprised when I painted the scenario that he didn't just flat out say, it doesn't matter, Wilson's our guy.
The caller did also miss on one piece, I think. There's no excuses. There will be some excuse for him missing the last month, or that point, 2 months. So I don't think he has. There will be a, hey, let's wait and see. Let's let him get adjusted. I think that will exist too.
Yeah, it has to, right? Because when's the last day he hasn't played?
Let's go.
That's the first preseason game.
Right.
He got hurt.
Let's go to Frank in Westbury. What's up, Frank?
Hey, what's up, guys? Real quick. So I heard Mike Tannenbaum say this too. Why not go with Mike White instead? I understand what happened last year. Look, he had a really good game against the Bengals, which is a good team we all saw. Then he had a bad game against a great Buffalo team. So it's like, why not, maybe if it's a good problem for Robert Saleh to have Joe Flacco play well, why not have Mike White? And maybe you do have a direction to go with. I understand it's Mike White, and there was a lot of hype, and then there was a lot of problems. But, I mean, isn't it better than Joe Flacco still?
There's what you're saying, Frank, is at least there's a higher ceiling.
Right.
But who won the backup?
White.
But who won the backup job?
Evidently, Flacco.
Flacco won the backup job. Yeah, so White had his opportunity to blow everybody out of the water and be the backup quarterback, and Flacco became the backup because he did a better job in camp. So why would I give it to Mike White? Why? Because he's younger?
No, to the caller's point, because you feel that if he improves and maximizes potential, his ceiling at this point could be higher than Flacco's.
All right.
At least you're developing someone week to week. Maybe you're turning, because as you pointed out, Don, they're not going anywhere with Flacco anyway.
I understand.
Maybe you turn Mike White into something.
But then win the job and be the backup.
If that's the...
Who had the better camp?
Well, here's the thing. Week 1 of the preseason, they already had to make a decision about who to go to next. It ended up being Flacco. Then Flacco's the guy getting the first team reps at that point. I don't know if Mike White got a completely fair shake.
I think they know what Mike White is.
I don't know if they know who anybody is.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know if they know who Zach Wilson is.
The NFL
clearly don't know.
All right, so he beat Cincinnati. All right, he had a nice game.
It's just for the fans. It's just a matter of not being sure. Whereas, if you're a knowledgeable football fan, you're absolutely sure on what Joe Flacco is at this point.
Well, if he was a hidden gem that's just waiting to pop, then have a better camp, blow everybody out of the water, and make it impossible for Joe Flacco to be the starting quarterback when Wilson gets hurt.
Gene in the Bronx wants to go Mets. Go ahead, Gene.
Interesting.
Hey, what's going on, Don and Peter?
What's up?
So I'm going to try to paint this picture out the best way that I can. I think the Scherzer injury is a blessing in disguise, I guess is the best way to say it, because I believe it was last year where Scherzer got worn out in the playoffs, right, because his arm blew out. I was starting to look at Scherzer's last starts and starting to feel like he's kind of fatiguing. So I think this little break that he's going to get, him not pitching, I actually think it's good for the Mets. I know they're trying to fight for the division, and having him on the mound, it's not an automatic win, but it really helps your chances. But I think you really saved that arm for the playoffs.
I guess that's a definitely, if glass half full, way of looking at it. It also could be, this guy is 38 years old, and is he breaking down in the first year of his contract? But I like your attitude. I do. Everybody thinks the sky's falling with Scherzer missing a couple of starts, but I like it. I like the attitude. They won today, so they got first place back. We'll see what happens with the Braves and A's tonight. But, he's 0 for 3 in trying to get to his 200th win. Now he'll miss a couple of starts. It's an optimistic way of looking at it.
That's Game Time, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. During the big games this season, enjoy Tullamore Dew, the original triple blended, triple distilled, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Remember, when it's game time, it's Tully time. Please enjoy responsibly. Yankees already find themselves down 2-0 in the first to the Twins at the stadium. We'll keep you posted on that. The Mets winners already today. More of your calls at 1-800-919-3776. Next, Peter and Don on The K Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
I said put me in the game and watch me build a dynasty like Jay was back with Dane. Yeah. She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in, can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up, I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up.
As you get ready for what's next, you think about what really matters and what it means to be connected to everyone around you, to your community. We want to make the most of these moments, these new memories, together. And custom gear from Custom Ink can help. We've developed new tools to make it easy to create custom products and get them to everyone, whether you're together now or still apart. Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
We're all passionate about our businesses, but few of us are experts at handling paperwork and ongoing compliance with the state. The all-in-one Zen Business platform gives us all the resources that entrepreneurs need. Check them out at zenbusiness.com/TV to start and grow your business today.
Welcome to Casper. Here, a cooler night's sleep is crafted with snow technology using heat delete bands, Airscape breathable foam, and a quick cool cover, helping you drift off with ease and sleep 6 degrees cooler all through the night. Wake up refreshed and ready for your best tomorrow. Save up to $600 off mattresses at Casper.com or a store near you.
To adopt our cause. This isn't just about saving one of us. It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us and sometimes not four-legged best friends waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge. Shelter by shelter. City by city. We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
I think he'll be safe in there.
Help keep what's important to you safe with Chevy Safety Assist, standard on these Chevy SUVs. Find new safe places, find new roads.
Qualified lessees with a current eligible lease can get this Equinox for around $269 a month. See your local Chevy dealer.
Now that gas prices are so high, Domino's is giving you 20% off all menu prices when you order online for a limited time. So hurry and take advantage of these low prices. I mean, high prices, which mean low prices. You get the deal. 20% off menu prices on everything for now at Domino's.
Just when you thought you were done painting, you discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with Frog Tape. Frog Tape is the only painter's tape treated with paint block technology. Paint block reacts with the water in latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleed, giving you the sharpest lines possible. Get professional results with Frog Tape. No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, Frog it.
frontalis magno. Santi Rodriguez, a second half onslaught by New York City. 1, 2, 3. Wait. That's what we do, baby.
The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right.
This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty.
Yeah.
I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
This is pretty sweet right here.
With your DraftKings Sportsbook betting preview powered by VSiN, I'm Ben Wilson. At DraftKings, the Packers' projected win total is 11, a full 2 wins less than a season ago. However, those 11 wins do project to be enough for the Pack to win its 4th consecutive division title. Right now at DraftKings, Packers minus 175 favorites to win the division with that win total of 11. However, the Vikings have seen a lot of preseason action with their odds now down to plus 250, the shortest they've been all offseason. Minnesota currently sitting with a 9.5 win total in Kevin O'Connell's first year as a new head coach. Meanwhile, the Lions have seen some action to the over as well, up to 6.5 on the win total, juiced over at 10-1 third shots to come out of the NFC North, while the Bears 15-1 to win the division.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL, and leading up to Week 1, new customers can bet $5 and win $200 in free bets instantly. Download the app and use code YES when you sign up.
Peter and Don on the K Show. A lot going on. Zach Wilson, not one of those things. He is not going on.
No.
That's not going on. Not till week 4.
It's frustrating. Because you want to just... That's the thing. Even if you don't think the Jets were going to win these games, no matter who the quarterback was, you just want to see him grow. You made the best point so far of the show.
Thank you.
Of, if he's behind, because it will take a couple of weeks. He got hurt a month ago. So by the time he plays that game against Pittsburgh, which, oh, by the way, if you paid attention to Saleh, wasn't like he'd bet his life that Wilson would be ready. The plan is he'd be ready.
Right.
You're almost going on 2 months the last time he was on a field. So it's going to take a little bit because he's still going to be in week 2 of the preseason, like physically and mentally, while the rest of his team is all
and the rest of the
preparing
league
for week 4. Yeah, and the defenses he's facing are all going to have the whole preseason and the first 3 weeks of the year under their belt going into that game against Pittsburgh, which is no easy task. The Jets have only won in Pittsburgh once in franchise history. Then you're at home against Miami, which, if you have any kind of hopes of doing anything this season, Peter, has got to be a winnable game. At Green Bay, at Denver. These are tough spots. These are really tough spots for a young player trying to get his sea legs. Not just in his career, but just in that given season. That's a tough spot.
Let's go to Owen in Newark. What's up, Owen?
Hey, how you doing, guys? How's everything going?
Everything's great.
Good. Listen, I'm putting another spin on this. At the end of the day, we go 0-3. Let's just say, let me ask y'all that question. Which one do you think is better, Zach Wilson or Flacco right now for us?
Zach Wilson, if you hope that Zach Wilson's going to mature, it's a tough question. All right.
Well, let me just say this. Let me tell you why I asked you that, Don. Here's the thing. As a Jet fan that's been a Jet fan for a long time, number one, let's say Flacco go 2-1 of these first 3. And like you said, he might even play 4 games. And let's say he go 3-1. I'm just saying hypothetical. And here we go. Zach Wilson play week 1. Let's say he was going 0-3 or 1-3, because most people think we're going to lose all season anyway. So with that scenario, at the end of the day, if Flacco do show some promise, like they did last year when Flacco, White, and the other quarterback, each one of them threw for over 300 yards in multiple games, if you remember. Zach Wilson never did that. So now he's in his second year. So now we have a scenario where Flacco does pretty well these first 2-3 games, and then he comes back, Zach Wilson, and let's just say he bombs out. Now we already know we need to get another quarterback for the following year. Because if he comes in now and go 0-3, 0-4, and then continues to roll out and we beat 2 and whatever, 15, what is that going to do for us as a Jet fan?
Well, what's going to do for you is then find out that Wilson's not the guy. You want to find out if Wilson's the guy.
But listen to what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. If he's 2-1 Flacco, right? 3-1, whatever the fact may be, we know all those other players, like someone brought up with the 51 other players that want to win right now. And I know most of them are rookies. You got veterans, but they still want to win. The point of the matter is they'll say, you know what? We got a team. We got position players. These guys are good. It's Zach Wilson as the problem. Because I'm telling you right now, all the major Jet fans that I talk to, we all just have the question mark with Zach Wilson, and that's it. I think Joe Douglas is doing a fabulous job, and I believe also, just the last point, I believe also that that's why Salah has paused when he claims in terms of the quarterback, because at the end of the day, even our 2 wide receivers, Wilson and another one, mentioned how Flacco and the ball comes out differently than when Zach Wilson doing. They're pretty much saying, I believe, that Flacco's actually throwing the ball better than Wilson, and I'll leave it to you guys. Thank you.
Good call, Owen. Thank you. It's a good call because although Vegas disagreed, Andrew was on the phone before. Andrew, what was the shift in lines, or maybe Anthony knows, what the early line for Jets-Ravens was and what it jumped to with the announcement that Flacco's the starting quarterback?
So on Cover 5, the app we're using.
Oh, I love the Cover 5 app.
Yes, great app, fantastic. I guess they're using a very early line because it was on the app, which locks in and doesn't change. It's at like 4.5. But Andrew's been reading the Great Caesars Reads, where of course we get all our lines from. And as far as I know, I believe the whole week the line's been 7. I don't think Flacco to Wilson has made that much of a difference.
Official change in Vegas.
Correct. Yeah.
So, yeah, because I think everybody knew Flacco was going to start.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is I assume Vegas has been assuming it's been Flacco the whole time.
But if at some point it was 4.5, that must have been when the feeling was that Wilson could play. The point is that Owen makes the point that maybe Flacco is better right now than Wilson would be. You can make that case. Flacco's had a good camp. So does Flacco give you a better chance to beat Baltimore than a healthy Wilson? Even if the answer is yes, is Flacco your future or Wilson? And if he's not your future, the sooner you find that out, the better. Because, Peter, if he's got to wait till like week 7 or 8 to play, well, then is that a fair evaluation on whether he's the franchise quarterback? Now, if you want to cut bait and say, okay, Joe Flacco has found it, he made a deal with the devil and is going to play for the next 3 years, are you winning a Super Bowl in that span? That's why I don't think you compare it to Vinny Testaverde. Are you winning anything with Joe Flacco? And are we getting a little kooky painting this like 3-1 or 3-0 or 2-1 scenario with Joe Flacco?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think
he's 6-16 in 4 years.
Yeah, everyone's kind of just assuming he's going to be good. You know what it is, Don? People are so in love with some of the roster changes that have been made that they think just putting in someone who's like a veteran will get them wins guaranteed. I appreciate the optimism. I wouldn't start counting those wins yet.
Josh Johnson threw 3 touchdown passes against Indianapolis last year. He's still a backup quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, he's going to have a job. Because he's one of those guys that, well, I guess he'll be a backup quarterback. He's like Brian Cashman. He'll be a backup quarterback until he doesn't want to be one anymore.
You're familiar with the work of David Blow?
Like, these guys just don't go away. But I understand that Mike White had his moments and Flacco's had his moments, but this is the 2nd overall pick, man. You got to find out what you have. You know, hitting the pause button, who does that help other than Joe Flacco getting a chance to play?
Let's go to Sean on the island. What's up, Sean?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
So last year we heard, like maybe 4 weeks for Mekhi Becton. Then all of a sudden it was 8 weeks, and then it's the whole season. This year we hear 2 to 4 weeks for Zach, and then Salah comes on yesterday and says, well, you know what, maybe week 1 he'll be there. And, now it's week 4 minimum. Is there some sort of, miscommunication between the medical staff and the coaches, or is this just Salah being optimistic? Because it's kind of making Salah, honestly, look disconnected from the medical staff.
No,
and they're not, a few days apart. They're, several weeks apart in their analysis.
See, we look at it as fans, can you play or can you not play? They look at it as, we want him to be 100% before he plays. And I guess the examination he got last night or this morning could not say that he would be 100% for Cleveland. That's the way I look at it. Now, if he's a veteran, then maybe it's like, listen, he'll go out and play. You know, we've seen quarterbacks play that weren't 100%, but they want to make sure he's at 100. So does that get him off the hook? To me, it does, but I can understand your apprehension. 1 minute he might play, and now we find out he's not only not going to play against Baltimore, he's not going to play against Cleveland or Cincinnati. But they've always said 100%. So is that the get out of jail free card for him? I'm sorry, the doctor said he's not going to be 100%. We're not playing him if he's 90. We're not playing him if he's 95. I don't know.
Fun stat to throw your way, Donald.
Please.
The Jets' first 4 games are against the AFC North. Ravens at home, at the Browns, Bengals at home, at the Steelers. According to Elias, the WWE superstar, the Sports Bureau, whatever they are, they are the first team to open a season with 4 straight games against the same division since 2004. Interestingly enough, and that was the Saints, interestingly enough, the Ravens are doing the same thing this year, opening up their first 4 games against the AFC East. But the question I ask you is, does it benefit Joe Flacco in any way to be spending the first month going up against the AFC North?
I guess.
I mean, a little bit, right? These are the most familiar games he plays.
Going up against his old team. It's been a little while.
Been a couple years.
His old team.
And his old rivals.
I don't know how many guys are
the same
on that Cleveland defense. Cincinnati is just a completely
they
different
feel like a completely different team. I mean, Pittsburgh's a different team too.
I don't know. Does he have an advantage because he's played in Cleveland, in Pittsburgh? Well, although Zach should be back in time for Pittsburgh, at least you hope. I guess.
Maybe a little
in a sport where information is king.
It gives you information.
I guess.
Let's go to Andrew in the Bronx. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, Peter. Hey, Don. Nice to hear you guys.
Thanks, man. How are you?
Don, you kind of took my point about Joe Flacco starting. The rest of the league collectively decided that he wasn't a starter. Philly had him as a backup. Denver had him as a bridge option between whatever experiment Drew Lock was.
Right.
And Jet fans are here talking about, if he goes 3-1, 4-0, are you kidding me? Now, granted, Zach Wilson has been mishandled to me since he was drafted. He should have never started those first 4 games. Joe Flacco should have already been there and played. Then he should have developed it as a young quarterback. But to me, the joke of saying, Joe Flacco should be the starting quarterback, this, that, and the third, come on, give me a break.
I did the Jets pre and post for 16 years. And if I know Jet fans, it's that they just want to win. And they feel like, Flacco had a really good preseason, and they've got a bunch of weapons, and they just want to win games. But do I think it's ridiculous to think that he's going to go out? I mean, Baltimore's a really good team. The Cincinnati is the defending AFC champions. Cleveland, all right, they don't have Deshaun Watson, but that defense can make quarterbacks look bad. And going to Cleveland, I think they'll be 1-2, and I think it'll be an easy transition to Wilson. But I'm not going to jump Jet fans because it's been a long 11, 12 years. And you go a dozen years with one season in which you finished above 500. I can't kill them for fantasizing, but it is a fantasy to me.
It is a big fantasy, but you know what? I'm a Jet fan too, but I want to see a franchise quarterback, not a guy who's going to be here for 5 minutes or clamoring for the next draft pick. Can this guy just be the franchise quarterback? That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, you got to find, because I'm running into a lot of people. John Winthrop, one of our bosses here, one of our, as Michael likes to say, pinhead suits.
The famous guy with the sweep, yes.
Is someone that doesn't believe that Zach Wilson's the answer. Well, if you believe that, then yeah, you'd probably be hot to get rid of him. But obviously, Joe Douglas doesn't think that. He took him second overall.
And drafted around him.
And you want to make a decision on whether you made a mistake or not, which, by the way, could end up costing your job, by the way. Off of last year when he had 0 weapons? I want to see this kid play with the weapons they went out and got. They did not go out and get these weapons for Joe Flacco to take advantage of them. They got these weapons because they wanted Zach Wilson to show what he can do. He's got to play. Has to.
I'll say, did they forget that he almost beat Tampa Bay with freaking Braxton Berrios as the number one receiver? It was just the defense couldn't get a stop.
No, that's a good point. I mean, again, did he blow anybody away? No. But let me ask you this, Peter. Who did Eli Manning blow away his first year when literally Rex Ryan thought that they were going to kill him in Baltimore? He had that one. He changed the play at the line of scrimmage to give it to Tiki Barber for a game-winning touchdown against Dallas at the end of the year and made you believe. But otherwise, it was not a great start to Eli Manning. And the next year, he plays the whole season. They go 11-5, and they go to the playoffs. Why did you take him second overall? Now, if Joe Douglas got fired and another general manager came in, well, then maybe it's a different story. Hey, I didn't draft him, but Joe Douglas drafted him. Robert Saleh had him last year. They're going to give up on him based on what they had last season? I wouldn't.
Don, let's take a break. Let's get back to the phones. Obviously, we'll talk some baseball as well. Yankees doubleheader today, down 2-0 early to the Twins. Mets already winners today. However, we did find out that Max Scherzer is going to the IL for 15 days, retroactive to the 4th. All of this is on the table. Also, football starts tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's Peter Rosenberg. It's Don LaGreca. It's the Michael K. Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael K. Show on Yes is brought to you by FanDuel. Make every moment more.
Hey, big man. Hey. Dave told me you got some kind of great system for betting that really works.
It's true.
What is it? Is it like home dogs? No. It's bird mascots.
No, I just use FanDuel's responsible gaming tools like time and spending limits to manage my play.
That's the system.
Hasn't failed me yet.
Cool. You know what, man? I'm just going to keep this between you and me.
It's not a secret, Bob.
Every bettor has a system. Make FanDuel's responsible gaming tools a key part of yours. It's more fun that way.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are. Get 2.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 purchase allowance on the 2022 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
We know y'all can cook real good, but sometimes the fam just wants Popeyes for dinner. And since our 11-piece box packs lots of our juicy signature chicken everyone can enjoy, you want in too. Get it only at Popeyes.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly. Ding dong, Drizzly.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Habits!
Did you receive a call or message that mentioned Social Security and demanded immediate action? Did the caller know your Social Security number or other personal information and tell you that your Social Security number had been used in connection with the crime? Did you feel worried that your Social Security number might be suspended, your bank account might be frozen or seized, or you could be arrested? That is not the Social Security Administration. Social Security will not threaten you, demand your personal information, or instant payment, email or text you pictures or documents, or use a real government official's name to gain your trust. Social Security does not accept payments by gift card, prepaid debit card, internet currency, or by mailing cash. Criminals use these forms of payment because they are hard to trace. Do not be fooled. Hang up. Ignore them. Report this criminal activity to the Social Security Administration Office of the Inspector General at oig.ssa.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here's a horse's jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And there is no stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell makes it. He comes down to the line again. There, and shoots up the goal. He's the rider. And
drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Thanks to Montefiore Einstein, cancer won't be my last dance. I'm back on stage, and now with City Ballet of San Diego. See my story at montefiore.org/Kiara.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda,
Kenya.
We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
.3 on the clock, and the Nets trailing by 1. Here we go. Hayes, deflected. Carter goes back to get it. 3 seconds left. Carter with 2 seconds. Carter for the win. Got it! Vince Carter has done it! Nets win in overtime. A 3 at the buzzer and a wild night at the Izod Center.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
Making something out of the bag of tricks. Nasty Nestor. The diving Cortez. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Strike 3. 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch.
All right, let's get into a little Yankee injury report brought to you by Total Orthopedic Spine and Sports Medicine. On Tuesday, the Yankees, that's yesterday.
Sure.
Yankees made a few moves.
Okay.
They placed Anthony Rizzo on the 10-day IL, retroactive to the 3rd, with headaches following an epidural injection to treat lower back pain.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is a little scary. And they designated right-handed pitcher Luke Bard for assignment.
Hardly knew you.
Additionally, the Yankees transferred the rehab assignment of Zach Britton from Single A to Triple A.
Okay.
Transferred the assignment of Severino from Single A to Double A Somerset. All right. And that would be your Yankee injury report brought to you by Total Orthopedic Spine and Sports Medicine. Total Ortho Express is Long Island's premier orthopedic immediate care where no appointment is needed. After all, time doesn't heal wounds. They do. Don, want to know something crazy? Just in the world of time going by and whatever, 4 years ago today, Mac Miller passed away.
I remember that.
Do you remember that day? It was
4 years ago?
It was during the show. That was 4 years ago that we lost the great Mac Miller. And if anyone out there has never sat with Mac Miller's music, his last 2 albums, whether you're a rap fan, rock fan, you could be a fan of any kind of music. Mac's last 2 albums, Swimming and Circles, are 2 of the best. I don't even know what genre I would call them. They're just 2 amazing albums.
I can't believe that's because 4 years is significant. That's an entire length of high school.
Right.
And when I went through high school, it felt like I was there a long time.
Isn't that?
And 4 years now that I'm in my 50s, it goes by like that.
And which means, Don, that with Max passing, that means another month and change from now, we're 4 years out from the Rosenberg Marriage 1 implosion as well. 4 years.
You know, you didn't have to give that much information.
Well, I mean,
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud. That's the thing. I'm proud because that means Andrew is 4 years removed from a very, very tough time as a producer of this show.
Well, we
Not
all
good.
Yeah, we all kind of went through a lot, but not like Andrew.
Well, let's be real. Michael went through the least and handled it the worst. Wouldn't you say that's a safe way to put it?
Yeah, because it's just Mike. There's an absence with him bodily, you know. So because he's always at the Yankees or on the road, but we were in the room together, so I went through it more than Michael did. But Andrew and.
I think RJ and myself are probably eligible for like an honorary degree in psychology or something like that.
They got a lot of conversation.
Now,
I mean,
the phrase that bothers me, depending on when it's said.
Okay, go ahead.
Is everything happens for a reason.
Right.
Now, when you hear it at the time.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's the worst.
It makes you want to punch the person in the face.
If I say it now, it makes sense.
Correct.
Everything happens for a reason.
Correct.
Believe me, that hits way different.
You think?
Than if I said it 4 years ago.
I remember so many things were said to me during that time, and it was so rare for anything to hit with any sort of impact.
Right.
And like that's one you get a lot. Everything happens for a reason, man. You're like, really? That's hard to imagine. Now listen, the beauty is that when you get there, you go, wow. I'm happy I'm here. Right. This path, the path had ugly points.
Sure, but I
love where I am.
You love where you are. So everything happens for a reason. The other thing is same kind of phrase is,
here we go.
What doesn't kill you makes you strong.
Oh.
Right?
Yep. But at the time,
but now, that phrase aged well.
It absolutely. I feel like there's a before and after for me. That it's two totally different human beings in terms of how I handled so many things in my life. And in a weird way, you end up grateful for really bad moments because of how it can impact you more than anything else. Because, Don, there are things about my life that I never would have changed. I would have just continued on in patterns that I did not like, did not make me feel good as a person. But because you have the explosion, sometimes you need the explosion to rebuild. God, and now from the ashes, here I am.
So for all those people, including Michael Kay, that believe that Don LaGreca and Peter Rosenberg as guests on center stage would not make any sense. Tell me, if you were a guest on center stage, you wouldn't be riveted by this particular line of question.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
No. But meanwhile, name someone who Michael would jump at the opportunity.
Homer Bush.
Jabroni Pumpleduck.
Homer Bush. Over you and me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the list is endless.
Right.
Now, we have a different list that's very short, but he would have an endless list of, former Yankees.
Oh, my God. Former Yankees. All they'd have to do is play the Yankees. The cousin of Brady Anderson could get on center stage before us.
And with the whole yes thing, probably former Nets.
Yeah.
He would have an hour sit-down with Otis Birdsong before us.
Oh, absolutely.
He'd have an hour sit-down with Bubbles Hawkins before us.
Kerry Kittles might get 2 days before we got
Kerry
up.
Kittles? Oh, you start getting into like the Jason Kidds and
how fast do you think he would fire both of us, try to have us both removed from this show if he could just have an opportunity to talk to Kenyon Martin for 1 hour?
Imagine one of his the bosses saying, "Listen, we've got a few options for guests next week, Michael, for center stage. We're going to get center stage going again. We want to try to do one a week. And we've got 3 options for this Wednesday: Don LaGreca, Peter Rosenberg, Armand Gilliam. Who does he pick?
Armand Gilliam. Zach Britton. and you know what? The funny thing is that line of questioning that you and I just discussed.
Yeah.
I'm picturing now the center stage, and I'm sitting there with Michael, and he says, I got to go back to 2018 with you, and I got to ask you about what you went through. And I know this was the hardest time. I was there with you, and I think that anything I said, Don, even just as deep as what we just said, which we didn't go that deep.
No.
Even just there, I truly think he would mentally check out and be like, I'm not even listening to what this guy's saying. Michael doesn't get emo in that way. I don't know that he has that. I don't know that he has that speed. Do you know that he has that speed?
No.
I don't think he can feign enough. We always joke about it with him, right? It's one of my favorite topics on the show. If he found out that Jody went on a work trip, kissed another guy, comes back, repents immediately, please forgive me, but I'm changing the locks. She's gone. Yeah. Good night and good luck. His approach to relationships, it's just he's a different kind of cat, man. He's different kind of cat. He would be staring at me like I was a psychopath about my redemption and digging deep to pull myself together.
We'd never get to that point. We're done.
Do you remember the craziest thing about that day 4 years ago was that the first place I came was the radio station. I had nowhere to go. So I came to the radio station here at like 10 a.m., right? And I went to Ryan Hurley and sat in his office and was just like, talk to him. And then I kind of meandered, left the station and wandered the streets for a while. And in doing so, lost my wallet. And I've never understood what the sign here was. But my ex-wife called me, and she's not in a place to want to talk to me at all. And she's like, hey, idiot, you lost, I don't know if she said idiot, but it works better for the story. You lost your wallet. Someone just dropped it off at our building. They just called me. So I was like, what? I reached back. I'm like, oh, my God, I don't have my wallet. I didn't even know I lost the wallet. I go back, get the wallet. The people in my building took the guy's name and number. I called the guy. He was living in a homeless shelter. Found my wallet and walked it 40 blocks back to my building. I still to this day don't know what the sign was.
But there's definitely something
But there was something.
Yeah, there's something there.
That was there. And I just listened to the voicemail the other day. I played it on Hot, actually. This came up. And it's amazing because he says to me, Mr. Rosenstein, thank you so much for your generous gift. I don't know how I became Mr. Rosenstein, but either way, I'm honored. Yeah, think about that. Ponder it. We get deep, and we go back to the Jets and the Mets next. Zach Wilson on the shelf till at least week 4. The Mets without Max Scherzer for a couple of weeks.
And Brandon Marshall. Brandon joining us next. Next.
Oh, one of my favorite talkers in all of football, the great Brandon Marshall, right here on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Visit untuckit.com or your nearest store today.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
Here's a good Halloween trick. Buy a bunch of Reese's. There you go. Turn off all the lights in your house. Yeah. And then you just don't answer the door. Not sorry, Reese's.
It's your Uncle Cooper. These Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough. They're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers.
Get trending with Yes's off-field fashion.
Whoa, now that is a fly outfit.
As some of the best designers from the Fashion Institute of Technology.
The speed of that laser was insane.
Get the opportunity of a lifetime to style celebrities from the sports world and beyond.
For them to totally nail their styles.
Very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging you.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the S app.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Avids!
Scherzer to the IL. 15 days retroactive to the 4th. How concerned are you with Max Scherzer's absence?
Well, it's still disconcerting when somebody at his advanced age is going through an injury that's similar to the last one, but it's the IL retroactive to, what is it, the 4th? So he'll miss 2 starts, and those 2 starts are against Miami and Chicago. Now, the Mets just came off losing 3 straight games to last-place teams, so you can't just ignore the fact that that's happened, but still, I would think the Mets might be able to navigate through those 2 teams and still win, and then hopefully get him back. We had a caller earlier saying, well, maybe that's less innings he has to worry about and can be stronger for the postseason. But
I like that angle.
I like it. It's definitely glass half full. It's definitely a positive spin. They've got a half-game lead now with the win against the Pirates. Hopefully they win tonight. And that was a wild game last night. I don't know if you caught the Braves and A's, and it ended up being a 10-9 Brave win, but the A's fought valiantly. It's going to be a struggle. It's now a 25, 26 game season, and they're mano a mano with the Braves right now.
And Domingo Germán not faring great for your New York Yankees.
Well, one bad pitch, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, well, 6 hits, 3 earned runs through 4 for Germán. And that is Diamond Notes, brought to you by 2 by London, the engagement shop by London Jewelers. Pick or design the perfect engagement ring to fit every budget at any of their 6 area locations. And now our guest, Brandon Marshall, the I Am Athlete podcast is going on tour, and it will be at City Winery in New York this Saturday, September 10th. If you want tickets, go to IamAthleteTV.com/IAA Tour. I'm sure you could just Google I Am Athlete Tour as well. Brandon, Peter and Don, how are you, sir?
I am great. What's up, Peter and Don? Listen, I love FanDuel, but I don't like Peter. Peter, your read was amazing.
Okay.
You did a phenomenal job. I see why you're successful on radio. But for you to go out there and say you can bet against the Jets, how dare you? Who do you think you are, Peter? Doesn't matter how much success you have, you can't go out there bashing my Jets.
Well, listen, Brandon, I appreciate that. I do not want to bash your Jets. I am a little frustrated. I'm curious, for you as a guy, a Jets alum who cares about this team, what were your thoughts today when you heard the news on no Zach Wilson till week 4?
I'll be honest here, and the organization may be may not like this, right? Like I have an amazing relationship with the Jets. Hell, I was about to go over there and work out at the facility today, but the times didn't add up. I think this could be a good thing for Zach. I really do, and I think this could, look, Joe was looking good when we were out there, and Joe is seasoned. And I think there's a lot of people excited to have Joe in the building. Well, I know that everyone's happy to have Joe in the building for Zach, and then also help him, as far as like those little details that it comes to not only being a quarterback, but just about being a pro. And just think about this organization haven't won in a long time. Right. So Zach, we know he's the franchise. We know he's the face of the organization. And he's still going to, he needs a little bit more time to grow. Now, what's best for him is to go out there and get the experience firsthand. But there's some people in that organization, maybe coaches and players and support staff that's like, I want to win now. And there could be an argument that, Joe right now may give you the best opportunity to win the first couple, be in a game the first couple of games, man. And then Zach, it knocks the edge off a little bit of the pressure, right? Like, he doesn't have to come out right away now like, oh, my goodness, I'm the face. Last year didn't go the way it needed to go or everybody expected, so now I got to go out there and win against Baltimore opening night. No, now it's like, look, take care of yourself and then come back and be ready to go whenever you're ready to go.
I guess the disadvantage, though, because I agree with you, maybe sitting and watching for a little while is going to help. They really should have done it last year, right, Brandon? The fact that they made him the starter right away, I think, proved out to be a mistake. But how far behind?
No, there's no mistake. No, there's no mistake. Why is it like, listen, the thing, it's more business and fans, and you have players in the locker room, right? Like, for him, he's a competitor. Some guys you can't throw out there because they're too fragile. Right, you go out there, they lose, they get booed. Especially in New York, you have the Post and the Daily writing terrible things about you, and you fold and you never recover from that. That's not Zach. Zach is built for this city. Zach is built for this moment. So what's best for him is to go out there and take those licks, take those bruises, fall, get back up, and learn from it. But when it comes to the fan base is ready to win. When it comes to some people in the organization, they're for sure ready to win, and guys in that locker room are ready to win. But for Zach, the best thing for him is to go out there and get his ass kicked and try to find a way to get back up.
So why is it beneficial for him to watch now then?
Well, because at the end of the day, right, when you talk about a quarterback, right, like as a competitor, you're okay getting punched in the mouth, right? Like, you're okay with that. And you can come out and press a little bit and go out there and make some mistakes. And then there's also being forced to slow down, right? So both is good. The better is to go out there when you're a competitor, key term competitor, is to go out there and learn from it. But as far as like real maturation that can potentially expedite that process is actually seeing someone do it before you at a high level, meaning more so from a preparation standpoint and how you manage the game, how you manage 2 minute, how you manage 4 minute offense, those type of things. So, And I'm speaking more from an emotional standpoint, from a pressure standpoint, being able to take a deep breath and understand the moment. Because when you're coming in, you're fired up. You don't think he wants to go out there and rip it up against Baltimore opening night. And that's when some problems, come up. Now we're sitting there Monday after the game saying, damn, those are some great looks, but you kind of forced these three. Now you turned the ball over 3 times. Now, will he learn from that? Yes, but you have to answer that question. Now he has to overcome that. And it's a little bit more of obstacles in his way early on in his career.
Brandon, why do you feel so strongly? You're close to the organization and you know Zach a bit. Why do you feel so strongly that he is built for this and could be the guy?
He has the talent and he has the flair. Look, we don't know how any of these guys' careers are going to pan out when they're young. Right? Like, how many times we're howling these guys, they get drafted, then they're bust, right? How many guys are like, oh, this dude will pan out to be nothing, and then they're Hall of Famers, right? At the end of the day, we really don't know. But when I look at his makeup, physically, mentally, he has it. Guys love following him. He's a leader. Naturally, guys want to hang out with him off the field. He can make all the throws on the field. He has high football IQ. Now just put in the work. put in the work. That's all he got to do. So I love his makeup.
How much have you seen of Daniel Jones, and do you believe he can be a franchise quarterback for the Giants?
Yeah, so I would say this. And this is probably, unpopular, but Daniel Jones, outside looking in, it's like he's a bust. But sometimes, man, there's situations and, there's environments that just aren't right for an individual to grow and blossom. I like Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll was my offensive coordinator when I was playing for the Dolphins back in 2011. And look what he did with our guys in Buffalo. This dude is the real deal. Look at his pedigree and his background coming from the New England Patriots. So, I think he's in the perfect opportunity to show who he really is. He has it physically. And now mentally, I just talked about Zach. Like, I don't think, he handled the pressure and the lights of New York City, perfectly the first couple of years. Now, he can overcome that. You can always learn and grow, and only time will tell. So I think he has an opportunity.
Brandon, you and Ocho Cinco have really been killing it with the I Am Athlete podcast. It's become a whole thing. You guys are doing the live show at City Winery this weekend, which tickets are available for right now. How did you know this would be the right platform? You were a guy who people were very interested in. You started really doing media at the end of your career while you were still playing. Clearly, you've had a lot of options and opportunities. How did you realize that this would be the thing that would work for Brandon Marshall so well?
Oh, I didn't know. I thought, that it was an opportunity to show athletes, football players in particular, their true, authentic selves. We're really guarded and protected because of the deference and our reverence for the NFL shield, right? Mm-hmm. So it's hard to really get, the real out of guys, right? How many times have you guys interviewed guys and they give you the politically correct answers, right? They don't want to rock the boat. They know they're going to kick this team's ass, but they go out there and say, well, it's going to be a hard game. We gotta do everything we can to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars who's sitting at 0-8, right?
Right.
So I think this situation and this setup gives guys the opportunity to be themselves, and people didn't expect it. And it just took, I would say, the digital space by storm.
When you look back at your career, because you were always a great talker, was that just who you were? Or did you think it was important as a player to be able to speak and have a relationship with the media?
Yeah, no, I thought that, to get where I wanted to go, the media was important. I don't really care about the media still to this day. I care about wellness. I care about House of Athlete, what I'm building there. I Am Athletes, the podcast.
Right.
Like you guys have an amazing platform where, thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of people listen to you guys, sometimes daily to monthly, right? So this gives me an opportunity to really highlight the things that I'm truly passionate about and the things that I truly believe I can, change the world for the better. And that's mental health and that's wellness. So, I can talk. There's an art and skill to it. But in a lot of times, I think I've been successful because I just say the things that most guys won't say, right? And I've always been okay with rocking the boat, always been okay with, some people, saying that I may be a distraction because I'm telling the media in the world that this guy sucks, this team sucks, or we suck.
Brandon, do you consider yourself to be the media now?
Absolutely. Well, let's say new media.
Right. I like that you guys are using the term new media. It really is just a new format, but but I appreciate that. So what's that like? Because a lot of athletes are very big on the media this, the media that. Then be honest, Brandon, they turn around and join the media themselves. So what's that like for you making that transition?
Well, yeah. So new media for me, it balance out what already exists. Right? Like the way we talk about the athlete, the way we cover the athlete, to me is disgusting at times. Like it is a job and, we can talk about ethics and, rules and things like that. But, at the end of the day, they're still human beings, right? And, I think there's a respect that sometimes the media misses, when we're covering some of these guys, whether it's their mental health or their personal lives. Sometimes we just push it too far. So for new media, there is definitely the accountability there, but it's how we sit down with them, how we question them. And it also, creates this and cultivates this space where guys are more vulnerable because they know you've been there before, you sat in those seats. I would say some of those guys that we talked about in the past that talk about, we don't like the media, then they go join the media. The problem is a lot of those guys start acting like the media. Like there's some guys that's out there and, they'll hold guys accountable, but they'll also say, you know what, I've been in that situation before. Brandon Marshall, was arrested before. Okay, so I understand what this guy is doing. I understand why he's in this situation, but moving forward, he needs to find, better solutions. He needs to find better coping skills, et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes that doesn't exist.
When you talked about the bright lights of New York City, in the athletes that you talk to, do you find the majority longing to be a part of that, or many athletes shying away from that spotlight?
Yeah, I think now athletes are embracing it more, but it's on their own platforms. It's their YouTube channel. It's their TikTok. It's their Instagram, right? Their Twitter. So athletes now are embracing it because everybody's a brand now. Guys are making millions of dollars off of T-shirts, and they're, not taking a Nike deal or Adidas deal for $50,000 or their merch deal, right? They're like, oh, there's better opportunity. I think the guys are smarter and more savvier when it comes to business and media.
But do you guys notice, do pro athletes notice, a lot of times, Brandon, one of the things about us in sports media, traditional sports media, if you will, we analyze it from the opinion of a civilian, right? And we don't know what it's like to walk in those shoes. One thing we often speculate about is how athletes feel when they turn on a New York sporting event, whether it's the Knicks, Yankees, Giants, or Jets. Do athletes see the crowd booing, see how hard the media is, and think, I don't want a part of that? Is that something that ever crosses people's minds, or is that just something we discuss that athletes don't think about?
No, I think every guy's different. I think at the end of the day, we all hear it and we all see it, right? There's some guys that don't read the clippings, but they still hear it and see it. Why? Because they're family members. You may be sitting at dinner and you're like, look at this reporter said. And you turn around and be like, why the hell are you showing me? I don't care about that, right? Or they bring it up, your mom call you, or auntie or a friend or whoever or a loved one. So I think, the ones that really thrive and the great ones, they know how to operate within that space and know how to turn that distraction and that noise into energy and fuel. And the ones that, succumb to it are the ones that, that was never built to be great from the beginning, right? But, I love that shit, man. I love walking out there and people booing or saying I couldn't do it, right? Because that's what really gave me everything I wanted to work harder or overcome it, because I was always looking for that moment to where I looked at it and said, I told you I was better than this guy. I told you I was this good. I told you we were going to win this game, right? I reverse engineer. I looked at the clippings and saw, people reading that, not, oh, Brandon Marshall dropped the 2 touchdowns. It was, oh, Brandon Marshall was worth that investment. So I really appreciate this conversation, guys, man. New media versus old media. You got the City Winery tour this Saturday. I appreciate you guys plugging that.
Of course.
I got to get my ass back in this workout. I got to go train because I got TO coming up.
Brandon,
we're racing a 40.
You and T.O. can still go, bro. Be careful, Brandon. I saw a video the other day.
I know.
Yeah, that guy's a lunatic. He can do it. September 10th, that's this Saturday. I Am Athlete live at City Winery. Thanks for the time, Brandon. Have a good show.
Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Peace.
Take care. There he is. Brandon Marshall, former Jet, former Giant, former Seahawk, Bear, Dolphin, and of course, most notably, I think, Bronco.
Yeah.
You'd agree, right?
Oh, this because
what do you picture?
Jets.
I know
it's hard not to.
But what the jersey I picture him in, is still Denver, actually.
Yeah, he bounced around quite a bit, but we got to really know him going to the Jets training camp. Something also
and he was good with the Jets too.
Something also happened in that interview that made me feel good.
Is that a tease?
It's not tease worthy.
Okay,
honestly.
so what happened that made you feel good then?
I believe, and maybe we can go back in the archives to find out, I think he might have said Sircom, which makes me feel like I'm not the only yo-yo in the world that says it that way.
I didn't. You think he said Sircom?
What do you think, Anthony? That was also right around the same time he swore.
Very focused on something else at the moment. I will make sure that we take care of the other thing later.
I heard it too, Don. I think he said it.
All right. So,
I think he said it.
It doesn't make me right, but it makes me feel like there's other people that
out
are
there
in
who
right.
understand.
I'm not in a boat on an ocean by myself. I'm hanging with Brandon Marshall.
When we come back,
you don't know.
We are going to play you some audio from Zach Wilson.
Oh, sure.
And Joseph M. Turducken Flacco.
Also, double nickel for Judge.
Whoa, how did I miss that?
I don't know, because you were focused on doing an interview.
No, that's right. A solo shot, of course. God, I mean, he literally has to produce every run for himself.
Right.
Like, you better, if you're expecting the Yankees to beat the Twins, you better hope Judge hits another 3 solo shots. That feels like the only way it gets done. All right, we'll hear from Zach Wilson next. It's Peter and Don on the K Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael K. Show is brought to you in part by Burke Rehabilitation. Get back in action with Burke.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due in the form of credit, plus a bonus. Download DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game, plus a deposit bonus up to $2,000. Now, roll credits.
You had me at Allison 10-speed transmission. Premium features available. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on Sierra heavy-duty models. GMC. We are professional grade.
Welcome to Thursday Night Football, only on Prime Video.
Play for the guy beside you. Play for this stadium. Let's go, baby.
Thursday night is now the prime night of football.
Touchdown.
Legendary players, amazing matchups, a new era begins. The prime night of football, only on Prime Video.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
You hear it coming closer and closer and closer. You hear the sound.
An estimated 11 million Americans have heart valve disease, but most of us know little to nothing about it. People can be born with valve problems, or they can develop from cardiovascular disease, infections, certain cancer treatments, and age, with older adults at the highest risk. If diagnosed early, it can usually be successfully treated, no matter what your age. Valve disease can cause a number of symptoms, including lightheadedness, irregular heartbeat, shortness of breath, tiredness, swelling of the ankles and feet, and not feeling like yourself in general. But is often only detected when your heart is listened to by a healthcare professional. So listen to your heart. See your healthcare professional. Discuss your risk factors and any potential symptoms. And go to valvediseaseday.org to learn more.
Find out where that road leads. Take on any challenge. When you have the #1 brand in dependability, You stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Kia, movement that inspires.
When do you spray Febreze Air?
After every flush.
In my kitchen. Febreze tackles my toughest odors.
After vacuuming, because fresh means clean.
I spray every chance I get. Starts working instantly to freshen any room. Febreze Air.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson could end it right here. High fly ball. See ya. A walk-off grand slam. And the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx.
The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
Just another color.
Chris Sheeran back here for the Michael K. Show. This look at the Giants and Titans Week 1 matchup is brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, state-of-the-art healthcare in New York City, Westchester, and the Hudson Valley. We talked about the Giants' ineptitude on offense last season yesterday, finishing 31st in both points per game and yards per game last season. That's second to last if you're keeping track at home. So unfortunately, there is some place to go rather than up. They can sink to a league low this year, but the fan base is banking on improvement with the new front office regime. While the Titans will try to make the postseason for the fourth consecutive year, in 2019 they fell one game shy of a Super Bowl appearance, and then the last two seasons they lost in the wild card round. 2019 was Ryan Tannehill's first season with the Titans after being traded there by his original squad, the Dolphins, and he has helped lead the team to those 3 consecutive postseason appearances after just one appearance the previous 10 seasons. That same year Tannehill was traded, Daniel Jones was drafted. Now he doesn't need to lead the Giants to a postseason berth, but you would think it would help his staying power with the team immensely if he was able to pull that off. He definitely needs to show the staff that he deserves another contract and was the right choice by Dave Gettleman as the 6th overall pick in that 19 draft.
All right, as promised, Donald, let's hear from Zach Wilson. Zach, who spoke earlier. Here's Zach first on being out for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's frustrating, of course. I mean, I want to be healthy as much as possible. And, when the injury happened, I was pissed at myself. Preseason game, all that kind of stuff. You got to be able to stay healthy. So it's frustrating, but you got to do what you can.
Okay, and his emotions when the injury occurred.
Yeah, I mean, in that moment, you really have no idea. I mean, you kind of hope for the best. You get there, the doctors as quick as you can. Just ask them, you'll be all right. What is it? So I think for what the injury was, I think it's, very optimistic to be able to get back and still play football the way I want to this year.
Zach says he wants to play right now.
I mean, of course that was the goal. I mean, if it was up to me, I would try and still play right now. But, listening to my doctors and whatever clearance that they can give me, kind of going week by week, staying in touch with them, that's what I'm going to go off.
Now, here's an interesting piece here. Of course, Zach was injured in the first preseason game when he was running.
Right.
And Saleh was asked if he has to address Wilson running the ball too much. Here's Robert Saleh.
getting out of the pocket, running, like that's a superpower. Being able to go off schedule and do all those different things, you don't want to take that away from him. He's just got to be smart. You know, it was a horrifying flashback to 2018 because he kind of has that same competitive juice that Jimmy Garoppolo has. And Jimmy against Kansas City in week 2, running and just instead of running out of bounds, tries to gain a couple extra yards, plants on his knee, tears his ACL. Thankfully, ours did not tear his ACL, but it's that same mindset. Get what you get, slide, don't take the hit, go out of bounds, don't worry about the extra yardage. And so that part, no matter how much you coach it, is learned through experience. They come from college where they're used to running people over and they're used to diving for touchdowns, and that was all part of the cool stuff that people showed on his highlight tape, right, coming out of college. But they got to learn it. They've got to adjust their game. That's something that I think he'll learn as he goes.
Now, interestingly, here's Zach Wilson asked, will you change your play style because of the injuries?
I don't think I'll play any differently. I mean, people can say you should have gone out of bounds or should have slid, but I mean, it was a non-contact injury. The guy didn't tackle me. You know, if the guy hit me and I got injured, that's one thing. But, you know, if I can't even run, kind of out getting hurt, you know, what am I doing? So I got to take care of myself and put myself in a better situation there. And, you know, sometimes unfortunate stuff like that just happens.
Yeah, I don't get a RG3 vibe to him.
No, he's not run first.
Do I think it's smart to dive head first for the sticks in the second quarter of a game you're down 3 touchdowns? No, that's silly. But he's got to be able to be free and just know, get out of bounds instead of taking the extra yard. No, but I don't want any restrictions on him. Part of the reason he was drafted so high is his athleticism. So, and we know how dangerous guys like Mahomes can be and Rodgers can be with their legs. They're mainly going to kill you with the arm. But I also like the fact that they can be elusive. It's going to benefit him long run, too, being elusive.
Of course.
And just taking the sack in the pocket.
Yeah, I don't think we're really in an era anymore where you want to take that ability away. Like, I mean, for a long time, there was like this notion, of course, of always, that you wanted a pocket quarterback. That's what a real quarterback is a pocket quarterback. Don, if you were to look around right now and talk to a lot of people out there think Lamar Jackson's going to go crazy this year.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
And it's not going to be mostly from the pocket. He's going to be doing what Lamar Jackson does.
But it's also the threat.
Of course.
To where, you know what, I can't go after, I can't blitz. He's going to burn us. Because I do think there is a benefit to keeping him in the pocket because I think he's more of a danger with his legs and the threat of that's the thing. So, yeah, maybe he's not going to run as much, but the threat of the run is what kills you. And then you got sometimes use a linebacker as a spy, and that takes somebody out of coverage.
Yep.
There's a lot of things you can do with an athletic quarterback, and that's what he is. We just heard Brandon Marshall talk about that he's got the skills. He was what we got from that interview, a lot of praise for Zach.
Yeah.
Nothing for Daniel.
No, he did not have the same energy for Daniel. But he's a Jet, more than a Giant. Brandon Marshall, that is.
Well, listen, he'd be rooting for half the league if he went by the teams he played for.
That's a fair point by you.
Oh, we were talking off the air? Monster. What was that season in Chicago, Andrew?
Oh, man, 118 catches, over 1,500 yards, I think 10 or 11 touchdowns.
Didn't he have 1,500 for the Jets?
He did with the Jets, too, and 14 touchdowns that year. He had you look at his stats, he had a sneaky, great career. Really impressive.
Hall of Fame Jays?
Yeah, a very Jays.
How far are Jays, Andrew?
I don't know.
How many years?
What kind of rating system is that?
How many years over 1,000 yards? That's the key.
Let's take a look.
How many seasons over 1,000?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive years.
Wow.
Over 1,000 yards. And he had 1,500 yards twice, as you said, with the Jets in 2015, with the Bears in 2012.
6 seasons with more than 100 catches, too.
That's what I was going to say. And 83 touchdowns for his career. I got to say, Don, I don't think he's that a Jace. Those are pretty good wide receiver numbers.
No, they're very good. He was not that I should go necessarily by this. He was a 6-time Pro Bowler. I think he was let's see. I think he was a.
I think he's hurt by how much of a journeyman he is.
He was He was a Pro Bowler 6 times. He was an All-Pro once. I'm not putting him in the Hall of Fame, but I think he's an outstanding.
Yeah, he had a nice career.
An outstanding wide receiver. God, with the Giants too. Seattle is last year in 2018.
Yeah, he played for a lot of places. Shout out to Brandon Marshall. If you missed it, you should listen to the podcast.
That was good.
Let's go to David in Brooklyn. What's up, David?
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Always.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys giving me a second to just kind of get this thought off my head. I've been a Jet fan my whole life, and the most annoying thing that I find most Jet fans do is that we don't have any patience. And I get why we don't have patience. But why are we so upset? I'm already seeing people talking about fire Salah, Zach Wilson's a bust on social media. I'm like, they want him to be 100% healthy, 110% healthy. Let him get healthy. And it's not like we're out there putting Mike White out there. And I don't even think Mike White is that good. Steve Stradler outplayed him in the preseason. That's a fact. And just wait until he gets healthy. When he gets back, then you can see what you really have with him, with actual weapons around him. And then you move on. Then you make an assessment. I'm tired of everybody just like, the sky is falling.
Well, because I'm telling you, I'm with you 100%. We went from people being overly optimistic, I felt, thinking they were going to be the second best team in the division, that they were going to go to the playoffs, that he was going to be the second coming of Mahomes, to all of a sudden he gets hurt. It's not even that serious of an injury. He might just miss 3 games, and it's, he's a bust. He's awful. Get rid of him. I don't know what it is. There hasn't been a lot of winning with this organization. The most recent success came with Fitzpatrick. You know, we talked about going to the championship game with Vinny Testaverde, almost making the playoffs with Brett Favre. Peter, is it just that the veteran you rather have the devil that you know than the devil you don't know? And history tells you they're going to get it wrong with the quarterback anyway, so let's just move on and see if we can get some magic out of Flacco? Is it that? Is that syndrome of it's better to bet on the Jets messing it up with the quarterback than getting it right? But I can't worry about the past. I got to see what this kid can do now. He should not be judged against Mark Sanchez and Chad Pennington and all those guys. He should be judged against what they think he can be. And they picked him second overall. All right, we haven't seen a lot, but have we seen enough to say he's a bust?
Let's go to Ricky in Brooklyn. What's up, Ricky?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So, yeah, obviously you want to test out Zach Wilson, of course. First, second year, second pick, you want to test him out. I agree. But you have 2 more years left on his rookie deal after this one. Joe Flacco has obviously proven that he's still a good quarterback in the preseason. And from what they're saying in training camp, I don't think there's any reason to rush back Zach Wilson. Obviously not rushing back, but I don't think there's any reason. If Joe Flacco goes 3-1 or 4-0, you do not start Zach Wilson. If he goes 2-2 even, I don't know if you start Zach Wilson in that case. I agree with everything Brandon Marshall said. I just don't think it makes sense to rush him back necessarily when you have a veteran quarterback that you know is capable of being a starter. The only thing that tells us he's not capable of being a starter is potentially his age. That's it. Other than that, there's nothing else.
Well, I mean, it feels just weird to talk about these what ifs. He's 6-16 in his last 4 years. He had 1 good game last year against Miami. He's had a good camp, and now we're making him out to be Vinny Testaverde. But let's just say that happens. I mean, 4-0, I get it. That you got to kind of, I guess, ride it out. But you say you've got 3 more, how many more years left on a rookie deal? You do realize at the end of the 3rd year, you've got to make a decision on giving him his 5th-year option. Like, so you're gonna have to have some kind of ability to see what he can do. And if you talk yourself into not playing him this year because Joe Flacco like pulls this amazing season out, well, then you're going into year 3 not knowing if you got a quarterback.
Right.
Because I can tell you right now, Joe Flacco at 38 next year isn't going to get the Jets into the playoffs or win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't think that's... if you're trotting out Joe Flacco next season, something here didn't work out. That's your worst-case scenario.
I really... 4-0... Beat Baltimore, win in Cleveland, beat Cincinnati at home, and then he said 4-0, beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. You really think that's going to happen?
I'm sorry, I have bad news. it is a significantly better likelihood that they go 0-4 than 4-0.
Then it's easy. But he also said even if they're 2-2, so they're 2-2, and now I've got to have what I hope is my franchise quarterback sit a 5th week to see where this goes. All right, so then they're 3-2. Well, then they're 3-3. Well, we're still having. You could talk yourself into this kid not playing. What if he pulls a Fitzmagic and they go 10-7 and miss the playoffs? Are you willing to throw an entire year of seeing what Zach Wilson could do, chasing after some pipe dream of a wild card spot?
Let's go to Buddha in the Bronx. What's up, Buddha?
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing, man?
We made the paper together. Did you see that a couple of weeks ago?
No, I didn't. What happened?
Raceman wrote about our argument on the air and thought it was great radio.
Oh, he's always doing that. He did that with me and Greeny one time. Send me a check or something. He said, you need to send me a check or something. Stop using my name, man.
Wow. Well, I don't think
take.
that's not the way the newspaper business is supposed to work. But maybe it does. But I just thought check that out in the archives. It was pretty cool.
I'm gonna check it out. All right, listen. When you're talking about the fans' confidence in Wilson and things like that, or doubts or whatever, it really is based on what the coach is saying. Because last year when he spoke to you guys and you asked him, was Mike White going to be pulled? He said not necessarily. Now he's doing the same thing with Joe Flacco. I mean, Joe Flacco's not the answer. We all know that. He's not the answer. But the situation is this, and I'm one of the people who's like a Wilson. I'm not going to say I'm a Wilson doubter because I never thought that he was worthy of a number 2 pick. But I'll say this much though. In terms of like the Jets and everything, they like to do a lot of finger pointing with the quarterbacks. Wilson, Sam Darnold as well. They don't do a great job of developing these guys, and they bring them in to be these kind of saviors and stuff like that, which we all seen that doesn't work. The thing is, if they were going to play Mike White, it would make more sense than the Flacco thing. I mean, to like actually see what he could be, like with the different weapons that they have. But what's really tough for the Jets fans, the ones who have like been through this, this struggle, for the time period it's just that it just seems that there's always something that goes wrong, like injury wise, or the coaching staff has a lot that they need to work on. To be quite honest, they have a lot that they need to work on, and when you asked the 2 questions, Don, when you opened up the show, and you said, is it that Saleh feels pressure to win, or is it that he doesn't have confidence in the kid? You guys know the answer to that. To both of those questions is the same, and it's yes. And that's really where the problem lies.
Well, you might be right. I think both could be true. Probably more that I think he feels the pressure to go out there and win, especially with all the moves that they made during the offseason. But they made those moves to see what Zach Wilson can do. Listen, did I see anything from Zach last year? Honestly, no. But can you say that they were a good team, Peter? Can you say that they had a lot of weapons?
No.
And now they go out and get him weapons. I want to see what he can do. I don't want to see what Joe Flacco could do. Joe Flacco's going to be 38 years old. I know what Joe Flacco is.
Right.
Joe Flacco's best years are way behind him.
Yeah, Steve Smith Sr. isn't walking out of that tunnel. You know what I'm saying?
No.
1-800-919-3776. More of your calls next. Peter and Don on the K Show on Yes 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael K Show is brought to you in part by Audi. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local tri-state Audi dealer today.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up on the outside. And they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8 hole. But still big. They come down to the line again. They're neck and neck. Shoots over the goal. He's the rider.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Caleb Gardner tweeted, "Can someone please explain Untuck It to me? I just don't understand the positioning. Shirts designed to be worn untucked have existed for a long, long time. Mr. Gardner, respectfully, there's a difference between a shirt that can be worn untucked and a shirt designed to be worn untucked." You could use a leaf blower as a hairdryer. You can use a shoe as a pillow. But wouldn't you rather have something designed specifically for what you need it for? Find your shirt today at untuckit.com.
Riders, let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
You hear the sound of thunder.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
You hear it coming closer and closer and closer. You hear the sound of thunder.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due in the form of credit, plus a bonus. Download DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game, plus a deposit bonus up to $2,000. Now, roll credits.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
A Cadillac is more than a statement. It's a celebration of self-expression and a declaration of your independence. So choose to be bold and choose to be exactly who you are.
Get 2.99% APR for 60 months plus $500 purchase allowance on the 2022 Cadillac XT4, XT5, and XT6. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
We're in Houston, Texas, only minutes from where Andy Pettitte grew up. And tonight, Andy Pettitte will make the final big league start of his career. Moments ago, Andy Pettitte made his way in from the bullpen in left center field. The final time he'll make that walk as a starting pitcher in the big leagues.
A lot of the family members on hand to watch him in his final start. Imagine what's going through his mind.
18 years of work comes down to this. A 2-1 lead, bottom of the 9th inning, pitching close to his hometown for the New York Yankees. Grounded to third, this could be it. Nunez across the diamond. Yankees win 2-1, and Andy Pettitte completes his career with a complete game. What a way to go.
Yeah, I just thank God for the opportunity to play this game and the pitch, and man, it's awesome.
Back here for the Michael Kay Show. The Jets open up their 2022 season, hosting Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Now, Jackson took the reins from Joe Flacco, who won a Super Bowl with Baltimore. And now it'll be Flacco under center for the Jets going up against his old squad, because we learned today from head coach Robert Saleh that Zach Wilson will not be available till at least week 4 for New York. And the guy that replaced him in Lamar Jackson, let's get back to him. He's in the last year of his contract with the Ravens, and he said week 1 would be the cutoff date for negotiations. Now, if the team doesn't have an extension in place by then, Jackson wants to wait until after the season to get something done. He's in a very similar place that Aaron Judge found himself in with the Yankees before this season. If he doesn't get extended, will we see an extra motivated quarterback in Baltimore, as we've seen in Judge? We will soon find out. He becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season.
All right. An American, Francis Tiafoe, finds himself in the semis, and Don coming out strong with a very interesting tennis stat that I didn't expect to get.
Yeah, my buddy Mark Renee tweeted this earlier. Last American male to go to the U.S. Open semifinals.
And I, of course, guessed, thinking it was someone, like a Marty Fish, I don't know, someone recently.
Andy Roddick, 2006.
Insane.
An American. 16 years ago.
The U.S. Open lucked out with this Tiafoe story. He's like a 24-year-old American from Maryland. His parents are from Sierra Leone. And this is the biggest run he's ever been on. He beat Nadal a couple days ago. He wins again. And with Serena out, Coco Gauff lost yesterday.
Yes.
Nick Kyrgios lost yesterday in a thrilling 5-set borderline classic. It was so good. By the way, watching him, Don, I have to admit, he's must-see TV. He's the craziest athlete in sports right now. Andrew, would you agree? Kyrgios is the most crazy athlete you can watch in sports?
I mean, volatile.
Yeah, like in terms of, like, you don't know what you're going to get anytime you turn him on. I turned it on yesterday. The first thing I see, it's late in the first set. He ends up dropping the first set. Then after the first set, this is the prime time match at Arthur Ashe Stadium in the quarterfinals. You see him, like, start saying, I can't walk. He's, like, looking around talking to people. He's like, my leg, I can't walk. I can't walk. I'm like, oh, my God, is this guy about to quit in the quarterfinals? A massage therapist comes over, starts rubbing his leg down with, like, some sort of hot cream for about 3 minutes. Then he walks out, wins the next set, ends up forcing it to 5 sets, and then when the match ends, just destroys multiple rackets at center court. Like, it's rare that people do it on a point, Don. You'll see someone get mad and break a racket. At the end of the game, he specifically broke his racket, went to his bag, got a second racket. You don't see that every day. You break the racket you have in your hand. You don't every day go get another racket from your bag just so you can smash and destroy a second racket.
That makes sense.
You have to watch him, though. I mean, it's messed up. If it bleeds, it leads. But, like, and he's also insanely talented. Do you know how often Kyrgios randomly decides to hit the ball backwards through his legs? Like, he does crazy things out there and is intentionally putting on a show. It's very interesting. But the U.S. Open catches a break with Tiafoe to give people something to root for this weekend. First American since Andy Roddick. My God. How about this, Don? You know, a tennis stat that blew my mind over the weekend. Who was the male counterpart when Serena Williams won her first U.S. Open in '99?
The male counterpart. Sampras?
Agassi.
Oh, that's right.
And do you know who won? And I'm saying this just to establish the point of how long Serena's been great for. Do you know who won the U.S. Open the year before Serena won for the first time?
98.
Here's a hint. You may have not thought of this person since then. Just being honest. I mean, maybe you did. But I doubt you did.
So it's not Martina. I do think about her occasionally.
You think about her. She was gone for a while already, then. The winner of the 1998 U.S. Open, the last year before a Williams sister won.
I want to get this right, though.
You're not going to.
Okay.
She's not a top, but you're going to go, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Well, it's not Jennifer Capriati.
No, you're skipping an era. She was a little earlier. It was Lindsay Davenport.
Okay.
Lindsay Davenport was the 98 winner before the Williams then ran off like 4 straight or something. It's crazy. That run is insane. She's been around longer than any of them. Brady, LeBron, all the people who've been around forever. She's been around longer.
Yeah, there's no because Vince Carter's retired.
Mm-hmm.
Yager's gone. So no, the first year for Chara, I think, was 2000.
It's got to be her and Tiger, Don. Those are the ones who take us back to the 90s.
Just forget in team sports. Forget about it.
Oh yeah, team sports. Forget it. I'm telling you, man, it was a moment last week.
Even when you if you threw in like NASCAR into it, you know, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon. That Gordon's gone. I'm sure there's a few because NASCAR you can race until you're like 50, but still it's not many. In just sports in general,
it's pretty wild.
Just her and Udonis Haslem.
That is what. How old is Udonis Haslem?
Oh man, I think he's 40. He just re-upped for another year. I think.
Good for him.
He's 42. He's 42.
Wow, good for him. That's how old Vince made it to, right? I think Vince made it to 42.
42, yes.
This will have to come up during ENN, but we have to play it. It's worthy, I believe, of hearing it now and then again. A couple of weeks ago, if you guys were listening to the program, the Peter and Don Vehicles, we spent a lot of time one day talking about how much we hate Brian Kelly and football coaches in general who talk down to the media like the media are children who are part of their classroom. Brian Kelly walks into his presser on Monday or Tuesday.
This is after the heartbreaking, gut-wrenching defeat at the hands of Florida State on Saturday.
That's right.
Sunday, actually.
Anybody know what Anthony, you're smart. You know what the line was for LSU FSU?
I don't, but I'm sure LSU was favored.
I wonder how much they were favored. Was it like a 10-point situation or more? Either way,
I don't know. That's interesting.
Either way, if you missed it, of course, FSU was up. LSU comes back, pulls it to 24-23. No time left. Just an extra point to tie things up.
Touchdown with 1 second left.
That's right. So all you got to do is hit the extra point. And they end up hitting the crossbar. It's partially blocked. They lose. They were 3-point favorites against FSU. So here's Brian Kelly walking into his press conference, complaining to the media for someone being late, and someone responding in turn to Brian Kelly.
We'll open it up to this late arriving media crowd that must have enjoyed the weekend. That's usually $10 that we put in the kitty. We'll have a big bash at the end of the year at my place.
If you win, I'll be on time.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with winning. I think it has to do with being on time.
I just want to say, I want to find out who that reporter is, and I want to send her something, a gift of some sort. I could not respect her more. It doesn't make any sense, but just the trash talk, Don, of saying maybe if you win, I'll be on time is tremendous.
I know, but I don't want to defend the guy because I really can't.
If you feel it, you should feel it.
But I think he was just being playful. Andrew, did you get a sense that there was a little playfulness there? I know who he is, so it's hard to take it that way.
We were talking about that a little bit before the show. I think this is classic, to quote Michael Kay, kidding on the square. I think he was kind of joking, but was also trying to, in a playful way, send them a message. Like, if you're going to show up for my press conferences, you do it on time. But he didn't want to be a total jerk about it, so he tried to hide it behind a little bit of humor. But I think he was serious.
Okay. But you hear what I'm saying.
Yes.
That there was a little playfulness talking about.
I think it was calculated by him, I think.
It's playful, but his tone is so annoying. I mean, like, there's no.
This guy's a toolbox. I mean, with a padded handle, like wheels. Like he's this is like Craftsman tool. Like that. Like that's the high end. But I just thought I'd play a little devil's advocate because I thought he was being a little playful. But I get what the reporter's saying. And, they probably, if we think he's a tool, I'm sure they know he's a tool.
I forgot to mention also, I thought of Michael Kay after the Serena match on Friday. Do you know did you watch? Did you hear what they played on the court right when it ended?
I was watching. It didn't register. Oh.
All I could think of is Michael.
The other one, too. So I listen to a lot of 70s on 7 on Sirius
Sure
XM.
you do. Of course you do.
Is Orleans still the one?
That's another.
Yeah, it's another Michael. Still the one. It was just really irritating.
What about Buttercup?
How does he think that's a good song? And no offense to people that enjoy it, but when you sit there and say, I need to sing that song,
you got problems.
Knowing that there is not one single person in the audience that wants to hear it.
Hey, buddy, hey.
More of your calls, 1-800-919-3776. Peter and Don on the K Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael K. Show on Yes is brought to you in part by Bigelow Tea, who encourages you to grab a mug and tea proudly.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's the horses come. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. But still makes it through the outside. He comes down to the line again. There, neck and neck. Shoots over the goal. He's the rider. And
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes.
Drizzly. Ding dong, Drizzly. 10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Visit untuckit.com or your nearest store today.
Now that gas prices are so high, Domino's is giving you 20% off all menu prices when you order online for a limited time. So hurry and take advantage of these low prices. I mean, high prices, which mean low prices. You get the deal. 20% off menu prices on everything for now at Domino's.
Just when you thought you were done painting, you discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with Frog Tape. Frog Tape is the only painter's tape treated with paint block technology. Paint block reacts with the water in latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleed, giving you the sharpest lines possible. Get professional results with Frog Tape. No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, Frog it.
One shake and cats come running.
They're matches.
So be careful what you shake.
Run away!
Temptations cat treats. All it takes is a shake.
Every Sunday, watch the Yes Hyundai Sunday Game of the Week. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers and the stylish all-wheel drive Hyundai Tucson. Test drive one today or visit us at buyhyundai.com.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible. And the march to history gets a little closer.
Here we go. Mets and the Pirates. They're playing a doubleheader too?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Day night.
It's a doubleheader.
Which I complained about the day night because, like, why are you having a day night when there's probably flies in the building for Game 1? Let me see what the attendance was.
Yeah, probably 3,000.
I tell you, I'm not making fun. There were like 7 people to start the Yankee game today.
Hey, by the way, guess what, Don? We have something different in the first 4 batters for your New York Mets.
I saw that.
Brandon,
because the ball player is hurt.
Brandon Nimmo is leading off. Pete Alonso is batting second. Lindor, the shortstop, batting third. Jeff McNeil is cleaning up from second base.
I'm a big boy.
Daniel Vogelback batting fifth, the DH. Mark Canha?
Yeah.
Mark Canha batting sixth. Tyler Naquin playing right, batting seventh.
Edgardo Escobar.
Escobar playing third, batting eighth. James McCann catching, batting ninth. Jacob deGrom on the hill. How hurt is the ball player there, Don?
Well, I hope his hand isn't broken. He got hit in the hand to start the game yesterday.
Yesterday, right.
You give good lineup.
That is today's starting lineup, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
Announced crowd of 8,700 people for Game 1. It's a joke! Come on.
Better than you expected, though.
All right, so
real quick, Don, just want to say,
you don't know.
Coming up later in this hour, we're going to give away Jets home opener tickets. So if you want to go to the Jets and the Ravens, stay tuned this hour. We will give them away. All right, what do you have?
All right, so Lee Vann is the LSU baseball and football beat writer for The Advocate. Took credit for the retort and defended her comments, saying that it was all in good fun. Press conference was at noon. I was running from a doctor's appointment, Van wrote on Twitter. Got there at 11:57. Brian Kelly called me out, said jokingly I owe him $10. I said if he won, maybe I'd be on time. Not my finest hour. I apologize afterwards. He was super chill and said I still owe him $10. I know Brian Kelly likes to joke. He clearly took it as one from our conversation afterward, all in good fun. So is it possible that even a tool on occasion can be cool?
It sounds like he handled it well afterwards. I think she's kind of really taking all the onus on herself. Like she wasn't cool. What I heard from the story was she was running late, was still on time, got called out, and then made a joke. I don't see why she feels bad. Well, I mean, I guess if you
because
guys
it
win.
became because you know why she feels bad? Because reporters are never supposed to be the story. Right. And she became the story by her retort. So I like the instinct of feeling bad. Did she really do anything wrong? No. But a good reporter stays in the background and is never the story.
Good point.
She made herself the story. I think it was all. Listen, I'm not a Brian Kelly fan.
My family.
I took great pleasure in seeing them lose the way they did against Florida State. But I thought he was being playful. I'm not going to pile on. Believe me, he will do enough stuff that we can jump him for before eventually he's let go at LSU.
I don't think he was playful. Like, yes, it was playful, but does that make it less obnoxious?
Well, especially
we'll open it up to this late arriving media crowd that must have enjoyed the weekend. That's usually $10 that we put in the kitty. We'll have a big bash at the end of the year at my place.
He's totally joking. I just find it obnoxious.
Well, because you don't like him. I get it.
Well, and also
but I'm
she
trying
wasn't
to be
even
unbiased.
late.
Right, but that's what makes it the joke.
I don't think that's the joke. I think he thinks she's late by being 3 minutes
the joke
early.
is he probably knows her. She was probably rushing in. She's probably somebody that's always sitting there 20 minutes before she's rushing in. He just tried to have some fun. Listen, I'll jump the guy all day.
I don't know.
And believe me, there'll be 12 things he'll do during the course of the season that will drive us up a wall.
Maybe by next week.
So I just can't help it. I'm sorry.
Can you, Anthony, can you put the Brian Kelly family on my page so I can see it easily? I need to be able to play that at a moment's notice. Let's go to, Danny on Long Island. Hey, Danny.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Peter, first of all, I just want to say I do prefer a DJ at a wedding. So
thank you. We agree on something.
It's the right move.
Thank you.
And if you really want to throw down the gauntlet to Dave, invite him to the wedding, but schedule the wedding around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of a giant football game against the Eagles. Let's see if he shows up.
No, he won't show
We're
up.
going to get into this later. We're going to have a surprise for Peter later.
There's a surprise.
Yeah, this is. I don't know if you want to do it ENN, Anthony, or we'll save it for later. I'll take the hit if it offends you.
I could be offended.
You could be offended. But I'm going to go for it. But Danny, continue.
Okay, Danny, go ahead.
Continue. You talking about time goes by, and I was listening to the R&R vehicle, the rest and relaxation hour that it was last week, while I was driving my last child off to college. It's K-Baby. He grew up and born in 2003. Would sit in the back of the car waiting for me to start Little League practice. We didn't want to interrupt ENN. He knows nothing other than the sound of Don's rants, all kinds of stuff. He's all gone. He's going off to college now, and I'm an empty nester, so I might just be nude for the NFL.
Wow, you might as well.
I could go nude any time now. I just might do NFL kick just totally nude, since I won't have a child in the house in the first time since 1990. So this is going to be a big deal.
That's 32 years, brother.
But listen to me. You talk about a bittersweet day. I had a Major League Baseball scout sitting at my dining room table last December out of nowhere. They told me they would like to interview my son. They were going to consider him drafting him for the MLB. For the following 6 months, they followed him around like a hawk. They were communicating back and forth. I wasn't invited to the party. They came and watched him pitch twice, the Long Island Championship. He pitched very well. It's always a 50-50 proposition. And then I had to watch my son sit in the living room and watch as the last picks went down, and he didn't get picked.
Oh,
I can't watch it. I can't watch a draft anymore without having. At that point, we didn't think it was going to happen, but just having to go through the whole process, it overshadowed his entire life for 6 months. Everything he did, every move, the baseball season, and then not to get picked. Now he's more determined than ever. So
he shouldn't give up. I would still think that there's a future there. Possibly, but yeah, that takes years off your life. I do feel bad. It's like waiting for a job, and that's a long time to wait and anticipate and not have it come through. But
and you talk about present-day pitching. 18-year-old kid throwing 91 miles an hour, not drafted. That's what Tom Seaver threw when he went into the major leagues. Oh. But anyway, let's talk about our Metsies. I know Alonso's move to number 2 in the order was premeditated by Marte being hurt, but I love it there because he needed a jolt. This entire lineup needed a jolt. And every time the Mets game went on, and McNeil batting 315, 320 was in the 7 hole and had to watch Ruff. If I have to watch Ruff get up one more time, I may just throw my phone right to the television. That McNeil needs to be directly behind Lindor to give him a little support in the lineup. They basically have a little league lineup, which we all remember. The first 5 people can hit, and then the last 4 or 5 people, you just got your fingers crossed. There's no chance. By the way, it's also Glaber Day today. We just had a 2-run homer by Glaber. We're all tied up.
Because of the Twins, and nobody folds up like a cheap suit like the Twins when they're playing the Yankees.
It's just a matter of time. But anyway, guys, welcome. I like to say it's good to have the gang all together, but it's not really. And Peter, I was very sympathetic with you because I am happily married for my 20th year, second marriage, and the worst day of my life was the last day of my first marriage. And then after that, the sun came up and everything got better, and I'm glad to see you in a better place.
Oh. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
I love when you two bond, by the way, because it's a small miracle every time that it happens.
It doesn't happen often.
But he's right. Alonso batting second. We had talked about that yesterday. Why does he bat cleanup and Aaron Judge bat second? But they had to change that.
Well, he particularly needs a change.
They are not hitting. And you wonder, with all the complaining about the resting that the Yankees do, have the Mets played Lindor and Alonso too much? Now, Alonso hitting those 2 double plays yesterday. This was coming off an off day because they got rained out on Labor Day. But they got to change something, man. You don't get loose 3 straight games by 6 runs to last place teams. Now they got a half-game lead. They got DeGrom going tonight, so you hope you sweep the doubleheader, take 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh, catch a break with the Braves and A's, and go from there. Do you realize that the Braves and the Mets are the only 2 teams in baseball that have not had more than a 3-game losing streak?
Wow.
And you could talk about the Mets blowing this. They've played like 19 games above 500 in the time that they blew the 10.5-game lead. But what are the Braves, like 60-24 in that span? Is it blowing it, or are the Braves just a really good team and everything's kind of just evening itself out?
I had this exact argument in my group chat. We have a bunch of Mets fans in my college group chat, and someone was talking trash to them saying they're blowing it. I said, I'm sorry, man. I can't. I understand you can make this the narrative of like, oh, typical Mets, but at the same time, to me, they just happen to be getting chased by a team that's been playing flawless baseball for a few months. Have the Mets been great offensively here down the stretch? No, they have not. But man, can you imagine what would happen to the Yankees if they were dealing with the Braves and not the Rays and the Blue Jays?
Forget about it. It would blow right by them like they were standing still. So the Mets are holding off, right now, probably the best team in baseball, the best team in baseball since June 1st. And they are the defending World Series champions. So I'm not giving up yet. They bounce back today. They've got DeGrom going tonight. But it's going to be an interesting final 25 games of the season, 24 games of the season. It's going to be a dogfight to win this division. And believe me, whoever wins, it's going to deserve it because these two teams are just not letting up on each other.
Now, we're going to get back to the Jets here in just a moment. But before we do, I just want to play Max Scherzer speaking.
Okay.
Downplaying the severity of his injury that has him on the IL.
Yeah, this is a days, not weeks. So that's the first and foremost thing. This is not a significant injury. This is more of a, I'm going to miss one start. We knew that. And then once the ball's out of my court, then, the team's got to do what they got to do for roster moves. And so because of the irritation on the side here, I'm not going to be able to make a start. They need to get another arm up here, and so that's why I'm going to the IL.
Max also asked, how are you feeling now?
Honestly, it just feels achy. I mean, that's the way I describe this, is that just my left side feels achy. It's not a strain. Like, I don't have, one specific spot that you can point to where, that hurts. No, it's just general fatigue on the whole left side. The first time when I did this, I had one specific spot. That's not what this is. And so, that's the good in this, is that I told everybody, I communicated my symptoms. We kind of had conflicting symptoms throughout the game, and, I felt fatigued, but I was still out there throwing the ball well and went as far as I could. And I have no regrets on how I handled the situation.
There you have it. Maxwell Scherzer.
And if it turns out to be just the two starts against the Marlins and I believe the Cubs, find a way to win those games. And I still want to believe in this team. It's so easy to just say typical Mets. Here we go again. Scherzer's hurt. They can't hit. Last night was ugly because the Pirates stink. And you're playing in front of nobody.
Not what you want.
And then they get, 2 runners on in the first. Alonso hits in double play. 2 runners on in the third. Alonso hits into a double play. And again, you look at the final score, 8-2, but against bad teams, no matter what the sport, get them early and put them to sleep. You give them a reason to believe and a reason to think they can win, they're going to be engaged. Because they want to beat good teams. They want to affect the race. But if they fall behind 3-4-0 early, then you can really knock them out. And they miss those opportunities. And then Walker's a problem too, Peter. He had an awful second half last year. It's just as bad this year. He's won a few games because the Mets are good. But take a look at his earned run average in the second half. Just as bad as it was last year. Giving up a lot of home runs. So Bassett was good tonight. Give me a healthy Scherzer, healthy DeGrom, Bassett, and then maybe you only need Walker for a possible, game 4. But any kind of conversation that Walker could have been your number 3 starter in the playoffs, I think that's gone now.
All right, so to the New York Jets.
Jets.
Robert Saleh announced earlier that Zach Wilson will be out till week 4 of this NFL season. Let's hear, does Wilson need a full week of practice before playing?
Ideally, 100%, yeah. Because once that knee's ready, he's going to have to get that thing tested, and you don't want it being tested in the game. You want our team to be able to test it before he ever steps onto the football field. So he's obviously on a limited basis, and as he progresses, we'll be able to test it more and more and then get him the practice that he needs to prepare himself to play a football game.
Robert Saleh asked when the decision was made about Wilson.
When was this decision made? It feels like, 50 hours ago.
No, I know.
There's a possibility he can play Sunday, and now we're talking about October 3rd.
This is all late last night and early this morning.
Here's Wilson on being out for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's frustrating, of course. I mean, you want to be healthy as much as possible, and when the injury happened, I was pissed at myself. Preseason game, all that kind of stuff. You got to be able to stay healthy. So it's frustrating, but you got to do what you can.
How about Joe Flacco on starting against his old team, the Ravens?
Yeah, I've talked about it a lot. It should be an exciting one. Listen, anytime you get a chance to raise them up on Sunday and try to put yourself in the team in the best situation you can, it's a lot of fun. I'm grateful for the opportunity. But, yeah, obviously there's going to be some different emotions that I haven't experienced before with this one.
We're going to have to talk to Joe about his use of words.
Why do you say that?
It's going to be exciting. For who? For him, perhaps. He'll be seeing his old team. That's his old head coach. Maybe exciting for him. Telling me that I'm going to have an exciting Week 1 Jets game. You might as well tell me I'm going to the dentist on Sunday.
Well,
yay! I'm sorry, Don. They haven't had a game that was interesting, it feels like, in 5 years. It's not even like you're watching football. Now, maybe this year is different.
I'm a dentist.
Now, I'm not. I'd be more excited to see them. And to the point you were making earlier, Don, even as an objective viewer, I'd be more interested if Wilson was playing. I want to see what Wilson has. I don't care what Flacco has. He may have them competing against the Ravens. They're not going to win. What's the line, by the way?
7.
Yeah, 7.
That is a big number. You know what? I love it.
You love the Ravens.
I love the Ravens.
Pick them. That could be one of your picks.
You know what? We got 5 this year. Have we figured out the scoring yet, by the way, for that?
It's still up in the air about the 5. I've gotten word.
But
here's the issue. Well, we're tweaking some things.
All right. And what did you think about my idea for punishment that I put in the email?
I liked yours a lot because I was thinking the same thing. But is there a way? Because Andrew came up with some really good ideas. None of them really.
Because we are deciding
the
punishment before the weekend's games.
Yeah, because we can't do this in the middle of things. Is to have a dunk tank at the beach bash, which
That's
was
right.
Peter's idea.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I was thinking, does it have to be water?
You want to be urine?
It never occurred to me. I don't think that's on brand.
Okay, so what would it be?
I'm sure it violates many different things.
But what would it be then, if not water?
Well, if you got like a sponsor, like what you're thinking about possibly doing later on. You said you want to attach yourself to a product, like my brother with the hot sauce.
Oh, right.
And you were thinking attaching yourself to a product, and you thought of
cream
something.
cheese.
Yeah.
But you can't fall into a thing of cream cheese.
Why not?
I don't know how you do. Like, you wouldn't. I mean, it would be repugnant.
Exactly. Well, with water, so you get wet. So what? It's the summer. We stand. I love when people are, oh my God, it's raining, run to the car. Meanwhile, you stand in the shower for 30 minutes. You want it to be repugnant. And if you end up hooking up with some cream cheese, then that's the sponsor right there. It's raining. Dear God.
But
it can't be just water getting dunked in the sun. It's not.
God, Andrew, what is wrong with him? He really wants every punishment to be painful.
In my defense, come on, this is entertaining stuff here. You want to engage people.
I think seeing people fall. You're not thinking about the entertainment value to the person who throws that ball and makes Michael K fall into water. I think that's very satisfying. Andrew, your thoughts?
I kind of like where Don's head is at with this.
Yeah.
Cream cheese?
He's thinking outside the box.
Yeah,
I just don't think
a big vat of cottage cheese.
Jell-O.
No, Jell-O would be fun. I could eat my way out of Jell-O.
Yeah, but you want like, oh my God, you're wet. Get him a towel. Oh, I can't believe. Oh, how humiliating. He got wet. Meanwhile, there's people lined up on the beach jumping into the ocean.
Now, the question though,
come on,
is like think about filling up a dunk tank. What that entails. Like, how much cream cheese are we talking?
It's
here?
not realistic. I really don't think it is.
All right, so
Don,
maybe not cream cheese, but could it be something else?
At our beach bash, Don, we can't get a Sharpie, okay? You think we're filling a dunk tank with cream cheese?
What's one of our sponsors right now that is some kind of, like, substance?
Calandra's Bakery.
How about
they love the beach.
Stewart Spiked Soda?
Yingling. Greek
Wow.
suggests get it. Yeah.
That's a lot of beer.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of wasted beer, too, because you can't drink it after. Nobody's going to want to drink it after.
I could also be part of the.
But, wow.
Well, that would be funny, because if it was booze, you definitely come out of it drunk, too, just from falling in it over and over and over again.
No, it's got it. But milk?
Milk is repug.
Especially if it's a really hot day.
Oh, he'll start curling.
I just don't know if that works either, because that'll turn quick.
Here's the thing.
You don't need to have
listen,
that.
I totally hear the argument you're making.
Yeah.
It's not unreasonable, but just hear me out. A dunk tank is not easy. Most people are going to miss, right?
Not me.
There will still be satisfaction when someone hits it and makes someone fall. Especially, Don, if it's like kind of a big fall, like you're falling 5 feet into water. I think I've never done a dunk tank. I think it's an unpleasant, scary feeling to never be sure whether you're falling or not, and then it hits you and you fall.
Now, if
you're
you
making
wanted
it
to
sound
get-
like it's a blast. I don't think it is.
If you remember the reboot that they did on ABC with Greenie and Tessitore, the superstar, was it the Superstars?
Oh, right.
And then you were like 20 feet in the air and you fell into a pool. I mean, we were able to set something up like that where like the fall is like it's safe, but still could be scary. If you're like way up there, 20 feet in the air, falling into a pool.
That would be scary.
I'm just trying to make it fun, man.
I think
Don won't rest until that thing's filled with piranhas.
Andrew, you're so right. I'm sorry. I think a dunk tank.
What
with
if we
one of us
tie an anvil around someone's ankle?
Right, and they can't get out and they die. That would be nice.
All right, Anthony's like, what about ketchup? It won't be bad. It won't turn in the heat. And then Michael, if it's Michael, and he's
falling into a thing of ointment,
ketchup all over, mayonnaise.
By the way,
ointment.
Then you have to shower before the show.
After, hopefully.
No, I think we do this before the show, so whoever shows up is soaking wet during the show.
Well, no, we'll do something silly, like, maybe we'll...
No, Don, you're a psychopath.
No,
This doesn't have to... Hey, Andrew, what about just torture? Do you guys remember the Wu-Tang skit, Torture? How about we just do one of those?
Some of those were...
Is that what you like?
Don's been dying to get pegged.
I would love to do this.
All right. We're going to take a break and get more of your phone calls. You can give us your thoughts, too, guys. 1-800-919-3776. Also,
keep feeding.
Exactly. That's what Don wants to do, is sew something shut and keep feeding. ESPN New York, that's us. We're celebrating the return of football tomorrow, guys. I am hosting and hanging out at the Ainsworth in Hoboken, 310 Sinatra Drive, Hoboken, New Jersey, tomorrow night for Thursday night football. Anita Mark's going to be hanging out with me, the 98.7 promo team. We have football prize packs, tickets to Jets games. Come hang out in Hoboken tomorrow. All brought to you by Modelo, Jack Daniels, FanDuel Sportsbook, and our friends at Leafly.
Jason's got it. I'll come back with it. He's got it.
He's got it?
It's done.
All right. More on this and so much more next on the K Show. And yes, the 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael K. Show is brought to you in part by Burke Rehabilitation. Get back in action with Burke.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn. And here's a horse and jump. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're into the stretch. It's Maverick and Devin
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
When you buy appliances from the Home Depot, everything just clicks. Compare brands in-store or online, see them in your space, and schedule free delivery. So when it's installed, it'll just click. Save up to $1,052 on the new Samsung Bespoke Laundry Set at the Home Depot.
Some repairs you don't see coming. Other repairs you can plan. RockAuto.com has parts for the expected and unexpected.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Baseball's dead? Nah. We've got pitchers hitting grand slams, a team playing a four-man outfield, and the best crop of major league talent maybe ever. Baseball is alive and well, and it's about to get even better. Bet just $5 to get 100 in free bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $5 to get 100 instantly, and get in on the action.
Taking something out of the bag of tricks. Nasty Nestor. The diving Cortez. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Strike three. 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch.
When I was younger, I may have did some stupid things. Even committed some crimes. Even got shot. But I'm not a criminal.
I work for youth advocate programs, I was Tamani's advocate, helping him stay out of jail, stay in the neighborhood, and get a job.
As a little kid, I experienced trauma and I acted out. Made some mistakes, but I'm not a mistake.
No, she's a good student and a great kid. As Jalen's YAP advocate, I'm always here for her.
Lots of times I'm told what I can't do. What's impossible for people like me is enough to make you lose hope. but I am not hopeless.
No way. We're working together to help Gavin see his talents and his future.
YAP is a community-based alternative to youth incarceration, congregate placement, and neighborhood violence. After completing our program, 86% of participants were living in their communities, arrest-free.
And now, I'm a YAP advocate, helping kids like me find a better way.
Youth Advocate Programs. Others talk social change. We make it happen.
Find out where that road leads. Take on any challenge. When you have the #1 brand in dependability, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Kia, movement that inspires.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly. Are you a shorter guy who's tired of looking sloppy? At Peter Manning NYC, we make pants with shorter inseams, jackets that don't fit like tents, and shirts that don't hang to your knees. So if you're a not-so-tall guy struggling to find the right fit, check out Peter Manning NYC and discover how clothes are meant to fit. Visit us online at petermanningnyc.com.
You see, son, with a little elbow grease, you can do just about anything.
Thanks, Dad.
That's right, Robert. And it's never too early to learn you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
That's right, Jamie. But it's not just about savings. It's about the friends we make along the way.
You said it, Flo. And don't forget to floss before you brush. Your gums will thank you.
That's right, Dr. Gary.
Jamie?
Sorry, I had another thought, so I got back in line.
What was it?
I can't remember.
Just another color.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson could end it right here. High fly ball. See ya! A walk-off grand slam, and the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees!
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
Well, football season starts tomorrow. Wow, tomorrow.
Hard to believe.
And one of our favorite people to talk to throughout the season is a man who is so good when it comes to talking football. Almost as good at talking football as he is at having horrible food takes. His name is Dan Orlovsky. Dan, it's Peter and Don. Good to talk to you, man.
Well, it was good to talk to you guys until you had to take a shot at me and my food take. So off to a rough start. This year.
Okay, Dan. Let's get into it. The Jets obviously are on everyone's mind today. Zach Wilson not back until week 4. We asked Robert Saleh about if Flacco happens to play well, is there any world in which Wilson doesn't start immediately? And he wouldn't really give us a straight answer, sort of like last year with Mike White. Is there any world in which Zach Wilson doesn't immediately take the reins?
Of course. I mean, this is a team that's playing a daunting first 8 games, certainly the first 4 that, Zach is going to be out. So I'm sitting here going, well, if this team goes 4-0 and beats the teams that they start with, heck yeah, there's going to be a conversation. Certainly if Joe is a big reason and or the performance of the offense is a big reason why they're sitting at 4-0. I'll tell you guys this. So we did that preseason game when they played Atlanta, and there was a couple things that stood out to me. Okay. But we were interviewing Elijah Moore in the game, and think Laura Rutledge asked him, like, what's the difference between Joe and Zach, or, playing with the guy? And he was like, there really isn't. And in that moment, I was like, holy smokes. There should be, for a guy who's been a 15-year pro, but 15 years in versus the number 2 pick. So I don't want to sit here and say that was a slight at Zach, but it certainly spoke to me sitting there going, this offense and its players totally believe that they are completely capable of going and playing winning good football with Joe Flacco.
But how does that forward the organization, Dan? They invested a second overall pick in this kid, all right? He was hurt last year, played with no weapons around him. They go out and get a bunch of weapons for him. I just don't know how it benefits the organization long term. Him sitting on the bench, Joe Flacco's got no future with his team.
100% correct. This is a really bad injury in regards to not the health of Zach Wilson, so to speak, but he needs to play. I was the guy who was saying he was set up as a second-year quarterback, the best in the NFL, because I believe that this offense, schematically, identity, and talent-wise, now it's a chance to be a pretty darn good unit. It's devastating because Zach needs to play. Zach needs to get these reps in this offense with this people, with Breece Hall, with Garrett Wilson, with a lot. He needs reps, especially coming off of the performance against the Eagles in the preseason where you're going, dude, what are you doing with the ball? So that's like the issue number one. I completely understand what's saying, well, how does that benefit this organization? This organization needs to win games. They need to play competitive football, and they need to win football games. And I believe that Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas, they got to find ways to win some football games. And so while I understand, okay, well, Joe Flacco winning and playing well doesn't bode well for the future. It bode well. There is never a wrong with winning games in this league.
Dan, you're sort of the perfect person to ask this to because of the sort of football career you had, having to have, weeks and weeks where you didn't play, and then you're jumping in and you're playing for a couple of games. What does Zach Wilson go through by missing essentially all of camp and then coming back week 4 when people are, Steve Young often tells us, Dan, that the first month of the season's preseason. Well, he'll be getting back when the real season's started. How tough an adjustment is that for Zach?
It's a brutally difficult transition because just think of it this way. He goes through last season, he gets hurt, finishes the season relatively strong, and then he goes through this whole offseason, doesn't play any football, right, because it's the offseason. So you go from December to August and really don't play any football, real football, not, run around in shorts football. And then you get hurt again. So we're going to go, when was the last time Zach Wilson played extended amounts of football in pads? You're looking at 2 years now. Mm-hmm. Extended amounts. I'm saying 3 months straight of football. And because some of the competition he also faced in college was a joke. So, this is I've said this since the moment it happened. It is a brutal thing when it comes to his development, when it comes to his understanding. So there's this developmental progress for quarterbacks or process. So, a big part is understanding what is our offense doing, okay? What do I have? What are my responsibilities? What's our offensive line's responsibility? What's our running back? Everybody's responsibilities. So getting that takes time. And then you start to understand why we're calling the plays versus the defenses. And that's where you really expect them to take a big jump in year 2 of a system. Why is Mike LaFleur calling this play on this moment? Oh, man, he called this play, and they gave us this defense. What is he thinking? What should I be thinking? That's where you would expect the greatest. He misses out on all that. Mm-hmm. And it is, I don't want to, be Debbie Downer, but I honestly think this now sets him back to being this is now going to be a really difficult year to make the evaluation on him because of that injury, because of that loss of rep.
All right, the other team in town also wondering about their quarterback. Did you see anything positive out of Daniel Jones to believe that he might still have a future with this team?
No, because I haven't seen anything that I haven't seen in the past. Daniel made some good throws versus man coverage this year. Great. I know Daniel's an accurate thrower. What I need to figure out with Daniel Jones, and so do the Giants, is can you fix the fatal flaw? I've said this 1,000 times. Can you stop in moments where you panic with the ball, giving it to the other team, And then can you, if that does happen, and we do give the ball away here or there, can you elevate and not just be hey, I got you the open jump shot, knock it down? You know, the great parallel, in my opinion, is Jameis Winston, okay? And the thing that Sean Payton did for Jameis Winston in New Orleans last year was he took him from a 3-1 hitter to a 0-2 hitter. Jameis in Tampa Bay was always, it's 3-1, I'm just going to swing if I like it. You know, and playing quarterback that way is for only for the Patrick Mahomes of the world. And he took him from this 0-2, from the 3-1 to 0-2, like, all right, I'm 0-2, I'm just trying to get a bat on the ball. I'm just trying to put a good swing on a ball that's somewhere near the zone. Can Brian Dable get Daniel Jones to have that mindset of, dude, you're just trying to put a good swing in the ball? Not everything. You don't, just because you're getting a pass rush doesn't mean that you have to try to fit this 20-yard in route in between three defenders. So, you know, I'm very interested to watch how it plays out this year. I do believe that the Giants win this weekend versus Tennessee.
Wow.
But it's a really, really important year for Daniel to stop having that big question kind of be the dark cloud over him.
Why do you think the Giants beat Tennessee? I think most people would be surprised to hear that.
I don't know where Tennessee generates offense. You know, this is an offensive line that has been somewhat depleted. I don't believe that they have perimeter weapons that can consistently win. Like, I love Robert Woods. I play with Robert. He's an awesome piece, but he's not a guy that you go and say, hey, go win on a slant or an out. Treylon Burks has had trouble staying healthy this year. He hasn't been on the field a ton. People underestimate how good A.J. Brown is. Treylon Burks is not the same as A.J. Brown, and he's not a guy that go win on one-on-one routes or win on your route running ability. So I'm very reliant on Derrick Henry versus a depleted line, or with a depleted O-line. And the Harold Landry injury, their defensive end is massive. It's massive because it really swings them to being a one-sided defensive front now, and that's a huge advantage for offenses.
Are you of the mindset that Philadelphia and Dallas will compete to win this NFC East?
Yes, I think Philadelphia. I'll say this: Philadelphia is the easiest place in the NFL to play quarterback at this year. We're talking about a defense that's really good, so they're not going to get a ton of points scored on them. You got the best and most athletic offensive line in football. You got an offense that's incredibly difficult to tackle. So Jalen Hurts is in a really healthy place. Given their health, if they stay healthy, I believe they win the division. The Cowboys are a good team. I do not believe that they're a better team now than they were last year, talent-wise. They're worse on their offensive line, they're worse on their defensive line, and they're worse on the perimeter. So it's still a good team, and Dak is still a good quarterback. Here's the thing with Dallas. You haven't fixed a one controllable. The penalties are still something that you control that is not fixed. So would I be shocked if, Washington came into the conversation? No.
But that would have to, I imagine that would have to be because Carson Wentz takes a step forward, no?
I honestly believe that they get the Carson Wentz that we saw last year. They're going to be playing meaningful games in December. It's a really talented and fast offense. Their offensive line is all young, and they're going to be really in their second season together outside of Scherf being away. Chase Young's got to play much better football, much more unselfish football. But if Carson plays the same way he did last year, they'll be playing for meaningful games in December.
From your mouth to God's ears. Dan, we look forward to talking throughout the season. Yes. Thanks for the time, man.
Thanks, man.
You got it. Real quick food take, guys.
Go ahead. Give it to me.
Watching games. One food you have to eat watching games.
You know what? I'm going to buck the trend. I'm going to go nachos.
Oh, I love a nacho. If I'm picking one...
What's on the nacho?
Nothing you would eat, probably.
No, listen, it's football. I'm going to go chicken and chili.
Chicken and chili. Cheese?
Yeah.
Sour cream?
No sour cream, no jalapenos.
Sour cream is gross.
Of course.
I think
shocking.
It's vile and disgusting and should be outlawed.
Sour cream?
Yeah, why? Why would you want to eat something sour?
Yeah, exactly. It's sour cream.
Right. Tom, this is the side you want to be on? You want to be with Dan on food?
I will march to my death with this feel.
All right, what about you, Dan? What's your food choice you need to have when watching football at home?
It's like a turkey sandwich from Jersey Mike's.
Wow, it's
lettuce, salt, pepper, oil, vinegar, oregano, American cheese.
So we went from talking about what to have for lunch during a football game to what to have lunch in elementary school.
Well, I mean, a turkey cheese sub is fine. Adults can have.
Fine.
I find it bland.
Yeah, it's nothing to it.
But shouts to Jersey Mike's. I would get the steak and cheese, of course. But Dan, thank you. We'll discuss more of this throughout the year.
Be good, boys.
Thanks,
there he is, the great Dan Orlovsky.
Sour cream is gross.
Andrew, you a sour cream on your nachos kind of guy? I'm a big sour cream with my nachos guy.
I don't mind it. I'd go guac over.
You don't go both? Like, I want a dollop of both. I want guac. I want sour cream.
You know how I feel about.
I don't know. Salsa and guac ahead of sour cream, certainly.
Oh my God! If you've never been to Houston's, or what's it called here? Houston's here is called, and the city is called Houston. The street, that is true. The restaurant, something Stone. What's the name of it? If you never had their spinach dip, you get the chip, the crunchy, salty chip, little spinach dip, little sour cream. Oh, it's God's nectar. 1-800-919-3776. More of your calls next. ENN at 6. Peter and Don on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
The Michael Kay Show on Yes is presented by Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked. Shop now at untuckit.com.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Visit untuckit.com or your nearest store today.
At DraftKings Casino, we give credit where credit is due, in the form of credit. Sign up with DraftKings Casino and get up to $50 in free credits when you deposit $25. That's like extra credit. Download the DraftKings Casino app or play online today. Deposit $25 and get up to $50 in free credits to use on any game. Now, roll credits.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail. Around the back turn, and here the horses come. Maverick is moving up the outside. And they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole.
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Avids!
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. One in 3 adults has prediabetes, and you could be one of them. There are usually no signs for prediabetes, so it's important to understand your risk. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed, and you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. If I had a day that I could give you, I'd give to you a day just like today.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda,
Kenya.
We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
Looks like it's going to be Mo Greatness coming into the Yankee game for the final time here in the Bronx. And he is very simply the greatest who has ever done this job. And we have had the privilege of watching him all these years. How's this for drama? The son of a fisherman from Panama came up playing catch with a milk carton as a glove, began as a starter, somehow developed a cutter, and achieved greatness on the top line of most history books when it comes to closers and pitchers in general. A joy to cover, a joy to watch pitch.
It means a lot to me. I mean, these fans are the best of the world. And they came here to support, and I definitely appreciate that. And I love you guys. Thank you very much.
When I was flying, I used to love sitting on the ramp. It has that wind in your face experience. And being on the recumbent kind of brought that back. RPG came through the belly of the aircraft. I'm not sure I would still be here if I didn't find the Friends and Wounded Warrior project that I did. We don't talk about the female combat wounded. These are our daughters and our sisters and our mothers. I got on the bike and I tried it out. It felt a lot like flight, and I felt like I got a piece of me back. In that moment, I was like, this is it. I'm unstoppable. You know, I can do anything. The truth is, I think we all have this strength inside of us, but until you're tested, you just don't know it's there.
Houston's up here is called Hillstone, and that's where you get the to die for spinach dip with the sour cream.
And should let you know, as soon as this Yankee game is over, we'll be done with so make sure you get in front of a radio, as it looks like the game is going to go into extra innings. I think the Yankees might review a play at first base. But as long as this Yankee game is going, we're on television. So it looks like, Peter, if this play at first base is an out,
then we're going to extras.
Then you will have ENN as a television vehicle.
And, of course, if you missed early, I've been paying attention, been busy. Yankees and Twins tied 3-3, and part of that, Aaron Judge's 55th home run. Listen up, Jets fans. Regular season kicks off on Sunday at MetLife Stadium. Be there for the 2022 home opener when the Jets take on the Ravens at 1 p.m. Caller 1 right now, 888-987-ESPN. See, Andrew, how easy that is? Caller 1. And you'll score a pair of tickets. It's all brought to you by the Jets. Secure seats now at nyjets.com/tickets. For full contest rules, go to ESPNNewYork.com.
I think they're calling it the season of Flacco, which I think is Spanish for skinny. Am I not?
Flacco. Yes.
Well, it's close, right?
It is.
You're going to kill me on the pronunciation.
No. I think it's is it spelled as Flacco? I think it's Flaco. Is his name one C? Same thing?
No, sure.
No, it's two C's.
Well, who knows?
Wait. Which is two C's? Joe or the word?
The quarterback, Joe Flacco, has two C's.
He's got two C's.
How did
All right, he's still Joe Skinny. Will you get me on a technicality?
Joe from Suffering wants to talk about the most important issue of the day. Joe?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well. Glad to be able to call and talk to you guys. Love the show. Never called before.
Happy to hear from you. What is it that made you call in for the first time ever? It must be something pressing.
Yeah, right?
No, you were talking about Houston's. I was a chef at Houston's years ago in Manhattan.
Oh, nice.
And again, like you said, they're Hillstone now, still the same company.
I got to go. I haven't been there so long.
Used to come in all the time.
Really?
She loved the spinach dip.
Oh, see? That's how you know. One of the great voices of modern music, Christina Aguilera, she knew.
Yeah.
The spinach dip. Joe, what's the amount of fat you guys would shovel into that spinach dip?
Oh, that's why it tastes good.
Yeah, it's
And I'm
tremendous.
sorry, I agree with you, Peter. Sour cream is great.
Oh, it's delightful. I don't know
Can
what
we
Don's
get
talking about.
Houston's to sponsor the Beach Bash
And put the sour cream and spinach dip in?
in the dunk tank?
Oh, the spinach dip dunk tank? I'd be begging to get dunked.
Now, the other thing
go
that
head
was
first.
suggested by Jason on Twitter, since it's a big sponsor, it's a Michael Reed, too, is Bigelow tea.
Hot Bigelow tea?
Yeah.
On a hot summer day?
Yeah. Dunk him right into the tea. Make him wear a suit, too.
I don't know how hot you could keep it, but it could be...
Well, we're talking about Michael K. Listen, last couple of years, it'd be me.
True.
And it's got to be at the beginning of the show, and you got to sit just reeking of Bigelow tea.
Your last place 2 years straight?
Yeah. So the punishments, I made it work for me with the Eagles thing.
And then last year you wanted to get pegged. You were
because I want to do something fun. I don't want something lame. I want to have
Eagles fly.
I want to have our listeners and our family and our viewers engaged in the picks because they are going to be excited for whoever loses is going to have to go through hell at the Beach Bash. Don't you think that's fun? Oh, we're going to dunk you in water. Whee!
I
might want to lose. It might be 100 degrees like last year. Dunk me in water. Do me the favor.
But it's still annoying to fall down, get back up, fall down, get back up. I think you're totally downplaying what a dunk tank is.
I think you're not understanding what a vat of cream cheese would do.
It's not ever happening. They're not getting temp tea.
We can't try. We're ESPN. We're the sports leader, the worldwide leader.
I want to get into business with temp tea. That's who I should get in business with. They got to be New York based, right?
How about I would think. Who knows? Nacho cheese. How about that?
Oh, I'd jump in with a chip. Be ready. Anything.
But Michael wouldn't. That's the point.
Michael. Does Michael not?
You've
like
got to
nacho
fill
cheese?
it with whatever disgusts us. Like I'm disgusted by sour cream. Vat of sour cream.
Right.
Michael, it could be anything. Could be ketchup. Could be any ointment whatsoever.
Hate everything about barbecue sauce.
Oh, how about just a vat of barbecue sauce? You telling me we can't get a great and you just have them have all kinds of barbecued food at the Beach Bash?
I have had barbecue wings, obviously, in my mouth.
So, what about you?
What disgusts me? I mean, that idea of milk is pretty gross, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but we can't do milk.
It's too dangerous. It's like actually a problem. I don't mind yogurt. I don't mind sour cream. I don't hate cottage cheese. Though it would be gross to fall in cottage cheese. Like, I like eating cottage cheese. How do you feel about the fact that when I was little, I used to have ketchup with my cottage cheese?
I just don't like the idea of cottage cheese. I don't...
You know, if at a salad bar, you don't get cottage cheese ever?
No.
Andrew, you ever grab any cottage cheese at a salad bar?
Like maybe way back in the day when Wendy's had a salad bar, if you remember.
Yeah,
that.
Sure.
He's not a woman trying to lose weight after her second child. I mean, that's what cottage cheese is.
Well, in the 80s, too. Like, you just finished your Jane Fonda workout.
Right. Like, there was just an episode of Santa Barbara, the soap opera in the middle of the afternoon, trying to get rid of that baby fat and having some cottage cheese with a melon or something like that.
A little bit of melon. A little bit of melon, a little bit of cottage cheese. Yeah,
all right.
Sure.
How about not... All right, maybe it's not realistic to have a whole dunk tank of sour cream. Have it be with water, but a bunch of sour cream dumped into the water. So it's easy to maintain, won't take a lot of it, but it'll still be very uncomfortable and disgusting for people that don't like sour cream.
Do we agree that the dunk tank is the way
I love the dunk tank. Dunk tank is so summery.
Old school.
And we have plenty of time to work on it. You can put it together. You could probably get a bunch of workers to just... There's got to be a way. I'm sure you can go on the internet, find out a way to build it.
I wonder if you can buy one. On Amazon. This does not look like a proper dunk tank. Oh, wait, there's one. Wow, $6,500.
Yeah, but do you get a sponsor to pay for it, and their logos are all over it, and it's going to be on television, and for the thousands of people that'll be there?
Would you think
it would pay for itself?
Would you think I was insane if I just right now on the spot dropped $6,500 on a dunk tank?
Yes.
This is crazy that it's even available. Does it have any reviews? This is madness. All right, it's time for ENN, and there's a lot to talk about.
And it'll be televised, a televised vehicle.
And it'll be a televised vehicle, so you can stick here on Yes. But honestly, listen on the radio. It's so much.
On TV.
It's so pure. And for all of you people out there who have been so desperate for us to be in the studio, here we are sitting in the studio, mic sounding crispier than ever. Yay! Might as well enjoy it on the radio. But either way, we'll be on television as well as the Yankees, I should say, are in extra innings with the Twins. Peter and Don, ENN next on Yes 98.7 ESPN.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. Home run, Aaron Judge.
Some guys are just meant to hit home runs. This dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
And the march to history gets a little closer.
100% of families battling cancer need hope. That's why my family and I established the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation. Our mission is to provide both financial and emotional support to families facing a pediatric cancer diagnosis. We provide direct grants to families to pay everyday household expenses, as well as one-of-a-kind experiences so children can look back on their treatment and have something to smile about. Please join us in our fight to help us knock cancer out of the park.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. Home run, Aaron Judge.
Some guys are just meant to hit home runs. This dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
And the march to history gets a little closer.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends, waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter, city by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
When I was flying, I used to love sitting on the ramp. It's that wind in your face experience. And being on the recumbent kind of brought that back. RPG came through the belly of the aircraft. I'm not sure I would still be here if I didn't find the Friends and Wounded Warrior project that I did. We don't talk about the female combat wounded. These are our daughters and our sisters and our mothers. I got on the bike and I tried it out. It felt a lot like flight, and I felt like I got a piece of me back. In that moment, I was like, this is it. I'm unstoppable. You know, I can do anything. The truth is, I think we all have this strength inside of us, but until you're tested, you just don't know it's there.
Join me for a brand new series, Well Life NYC. I am so excited to get into this. Let's get well, New York. I feel good. I feel set up for success. Well Life NYC, now on the S app.
Making something out of the bag of tricks. Nasty Nestor. The diving Cortez. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Strike three. 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch.
On TV.
Ray Rowe, which is brought to you by ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Every single Sunday night, listen to 98.7 ESPN for Sunday Night Baseball, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today. And I'd like to start off by saying good evening to Don.
It is a fantasy to me.
And to myself, Mr. Rosenstein, and to Don.
Armand Gilliam.
And lastly, to myself, I'd be begging to get dunked. Now, we have to start ENN with something. Don, you have to pay something off.
I do.
You brought something up earlier in the program, and I see audio on my screen here.
Yes, this was from...
that I imagine is in regard to what you're talking about.
This was from DiPietro and Rothenberg.
All right, let's listen in.
Yeah, I'm definitely not getting invited.
No,
There's
I don't.
no chance.
I'm not sure he likes you, to be honest.
No, listen, that's fine.
Not everybody likes everybody.
I'll sit this one out. I'm sure there'll be another one. Maybe I'll get invited.
Oh, no.
I'll go to break.
Why would you do that?
What? I'm just playing the odds.
Now, it was asked to me, should we play that? Would it offend you? And I said, it might, but I think it's still worth playing. I think you're in a good place right now.
Listen, I've made this. I've had this conversation before. People love a divorce joke. I experienced this firsthand. That like everyone loves it. They love throwing it out there. Ha ha ha. Now, first of all, the funny thing is he got trolled into saying something mean to me. I didn't say anything. Dave just trolled you into saying that by saying, I don't think he likes you very much. That's all it took from Dave to make then Rick level a shot against my new marriage, my impending marriage.
Wow. So I thought that would be interesting. And since you were in a good place, is it okay? Did I make the right decision to allow it to be played?
I think it has to be played. I think it's not a matter of like whether it's good or bad. It's what has to be done. And I think it had to be done.
And I honestly, when I heard it, like the whole segment, I'm thinking you wouldn't invite them. I honestly
this
believe.
Is the take you
I
had.
believe that for your wedding, the people at this radio station that I think you would invite, would be everyone on this show, Armand Gilliam, and I'd say that'd probably be it. Maybe Ryan, because he's your PD. Just to kind of keep up appearances. No, because I really look at it. I'm like, why would you? I don't think it's going to be. You invite the people you work with. You don't work with Dave. You don't work with Rick.
Well, and here's the thing.
Maybe RJ, just because you had worked with him and he invited you to his wedding.
Right.
But I wouldn't expect you to invite anybody else. I wouldn't think if I were Rick or Dave, I wouldn't expect to be invited.
Here's the thing. Dave tried to, when you weren't here last week, Dave tried to say to me, Don, that he should be at my wedding because I was invited to a bar mitzvah. And I explained that to me, while I appreciated going to his son's bar mitzvah, I enjoyed it. It's not an apples to apples. It's just not an apples to apples. I'm sorry.
A money grab.
That
was a money grab.
That was a money grab.
Yeah. I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm saying I want to get my son a bunch of gifts. I'm going to invite as many people as I can for my son. That's the way I looked at it.
Right. Whereas a wedding is a different thing. A wedding, you're trying to keep the number down in whatever way you can to make it. They're very expensive events. And so I think that equivalent of saying, oh, well, I invited you to the bar mitzvah, so I need to be invited to the wedding. Listen, if I had complete carte blanche to invite whoever I wanted, and I wasn't concerned about money at all. I was just like, I want to have a huge blowout. It's just going to be a big party. Yeah, Dave and Rick would be in. But in all likelihood, I think you're right.
But I think that cut, if you were on the fence, you're now on the. Well, he's not invited.
What you mean, Rick or Dave? Because it didn't really impact Dave in a real way.
No, but Rick.
But Rick going up in it, and I got news for you. I'd be curious to check the stats, and I could be wrong here. My prediction would be, now that I'm already once divorced, my prediction would be, if you looked at the stats, that Rick would be more likely to have one than I'm going to have another one. How about that?
Well, I don't know that. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would think somebody who has been divorced is more likely to get divorced again.
My guess is that's not true.
Okay.
Even though we think of it, because you hear of people who have 5, you have for every, J-Lo, someone who has 3 or 4 marriages.
Right.
I think you find way more people who it happens once and then they get it right.
Okay. Well, you're getting this right, so don't worry.
And I mean, listen, everyone who makes these divorce jokes, just know that if the joke's on you one day, trust me, that's not a joke you want.
No.
Especially with the kind of money Rick has. Can you imagine?
Oh, he'd lose a lot.
Well, I mean, we don't know what
half.
We don't know. I want half, Eddie. All right, let's. Do we start with Zach Wilson?
No, we're good. I'm good on that.
You want to move on?
Yes.
And what about Max Scherzer?
I'm good.
Mr. Rosenstein.
Now let's give a little. Let's do some Mets.
All right, you want to do Mets?
Yeah.
So Max Scherzer is in fact on the 15-day IL, retroactive to the 4th. So he'll miss a couple of starts. Here's Max downplaying the severity of his injury.
Yeah, this is a days, not weeks. So that's the first and foremost thing. This is not a significant injury. This is more, I'm going to miss one start. We knew that. And then once the ball's out of my court, then, the team's got to do what they got to do for roster moves. And so because of the irritation on the side here, I'm not going to be able to make the start. They need to get another arm up here, and so that's why I'm going to the IL.
Yeah, and I know we kind of talked earlier about it, don't listen to what a player has to say about how they feel. What he's telling you is it's not serious. He was going to miss the start. We knew that he was going to miss the start coming up, I guess it would be this weekend. You knew that. So you get him on the IL, he's going to miss a second start, but it allows them to bring in a pitcher just in case. It's the right move to do because you're going to need him down the stretch. So you look at 15-day IL, and you start thinking it's all falling apart. He's being optimistic. I want to be optimistic. The Braves are winning today. So it looks like if the Mets can win tonight with DeGrom, they'll have a half-game lead. It's going to be tough. So I'd rather have Scherzer healthy down the stretch than force him to pitch at not 100% and maybe lose him for good. So
now, speaking of the New York Mets, you're going to love this, Don. Have you seen what Jerry Seinfeld had to say?
I love this.
So SNY posted yesterday about the Braves. Said the Braves defeated the Athletics late last night in Oakland. Today, for the first time since April 11th, the Mets do not have sole possession of first place in the NL East. Jerry Seinfeld responded on Instagram in the comments. I blame that stupid trumpet performance. Celebrating in season. We haven't won anything yet. Bad mojo. Mm-hmm. He then followed it up, and this is going right after Don's heart. Same as when the Baja men showed up to play Who Let the Dogs Out in 2000 World Series. Series ended right there.
Yeah. Don't celebrate in-game, and that's kind of what you're doing. We said this. Like, aren't you kind of messing with the mojo, having Tommy Trumpet go there? Timmy, whatever. Tommy Two-Tone, whatever, go and perform.
Tommy two times? Okay, I'm going to get the paper,
Yeah, I'm going to get the papers, Well, you're messing with it. I mean, there was a cool vibe to it, and you just bastardized it to me. And that's the same thing with the Baja Men, because what people don't remember about that Met run was the whole mojo rising from L.A. Woman, from the Doors. It was cool. The mojo rise. That's cool. Now, you can't bring back the Doors. At that particular point, Jimmy Morrison is dead.
People call him Jimmy?
Oh, why not?
I've never heard that before.
Jimmy Morrison's dead.
Never heard him
Or how about James Morrison?
Are you mixing him with the boxer Tommy Morrison?
But in all seriousness, the Baja men, really, come on.
And that was a bad job.
It's a bad job. It's all around. And, Diaz is not, well, he was slipping a little bit before. Listen, he was brilliant early, and he's still fine. It just is, it's rubbing off just a little bit. I thought that they were poking the bear a little bit. I didn't like it, and I'm glad that the great Jerry Seinfeld completely agrees with me.
I got to say, we talk about Larry David a lot on this show.
Sure.
You have to think with how into the Mets Jerry is, he has to be aware of the show. Doesn't he have to be?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
Well,
you don't assume he's a turn on the show and see what the guys are talking about kind of guy?
Well, if you're a sports fan, in all seriousness, without, I know they're competition or whatever, but if you're a sports fan, you're probably going to bounce around from both stations, hoping that, they're going to talk about something that you're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how, we never arranged for Spike Lee to call. He's listening, he called. And I'm sure he probably listens to the other station, too, hunting for Knicks conversation or whatever. I do know Jerry listened to the Fan because he was a big fan of Steve Summers. He go on with Steve. So he's aware of sports radio. He listens to sports radio. We've been around for 20 years. I'm sure he's aware of us.
I mean, he has to check in from time to time.
Yeah, and also he does seem to be one of those guys that doesn't hate the Yankees. So he's definitely aware of Michael.
Right.
So I'm sure he's aware Michael has a show. Now, if you said to him, do you know Don LeGrec or Peter Rosenberg, he may not know us. But then if you said, yeah, they're the guys on the Michael K show. It's probably something like, we're them boys.
Well, we are them boys.
To Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know. Place a phone call. Try to get him on.
He's never done center stage?
I don't think so. He's never done center stage.
I'd love to get Seinfeld. I'm going to try to get Seinfeld on.
Guys.
I could ask about Seinfeld? Who's close with Seinfeld?
Well, Larry.
Yeah,
Brody Pumpledog.
My friend, famed rapper Wale, is close to Seinfeld.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, Michael's close to Larry, but although...
No, they had a fall. They're not good. I think it's...
Michael's falling outs are strange, because I'm sorry. I know he outlined the whole Boone fall. I'm still...
You're dubious?
I'm still dubious. Well, not that it's not true. I still think Aaron was being playful.
Well, you're big on thinking people are playful. Don thought Brian Kelly's being playful yesterday when this happened.
We'll open it up to this late arriving media crowd that must have enjoyed the weekend. That's usually $10 that we put in the kitty. We'll have a big bash at the end of the year at my place.
If you win, I'll be on time.
Oh, I don't think it has anything to do with winning. I think it has to do with being on time.
She said, maybe if you win, I'll be on time. I respect it.
I still think he was being playful.
He is, but I don't think being playful.
No, I think
is a way. It doesn't mean you can't be obnoxious. Like, I've had people be playful and hurtful at the same time.
He was not being hurtful. I think he. No, I'm telling you.
Rick was being playful today, and he was being hurtful.
Oh, so you did take an offense to it.
I'm here with my family.
I mean, did I take offense to it? No, but it was hurtful.
I think, and the reporter said that she was just kidding about we'll only go with you if you win. She apologized because she became a story and she didn't want to become a story.
Well, she did the right thing. She was a professional.
The right thing. But, she's probably somebody that knows Brian Kelly. She's been covering baseball and football for LSU for a long time for The Advocate. She probably came running in and he was having some fun. Same thing with Boone. Listen, we've known each other for a long time. If you became a head coach and I walk into a press conference and you said to me what Boone said to Michael, you wouldn't take that as just kind of kidding around? He has a relationship with the guy. Everybody knows it. As far as those stuck-up guys that cover baseball, what they think, why would I care what any of these yo-yo stuck-up pieces of garbage do covering that yo-yo sport? Seriously, they treat baseball like it's church. So what do I care? Those guys have been covering it forever. Go, oh, Michael, he said, I know I've known the guy for 10 years. Stop it. Go back to scribbling in your notebook. That's what I'd say.
Now, but remember, back to Brian Kelly. You're giving Brian Kelly the benefit of the doubt. Don't forget, this happened earlier this season.
All right, it's football time. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, it's great to have you here, too. All right, and I think that's how we're going to go this year. Beautiful.
So yes, again, playful, but obnoxious.
But
you want to punch him right in the face.
What I'm trying to do is be neutral, all right? I don't like the guy. I think he's a yo-yo.
I'm here with my family.
And that's self-explanatory. But I can also single out and say, I'm not going to kill him for that. And I'm not going to kill him for the thing earlier either. But we don't like him. We think he's a tool, so we jump everything that he does. It's not a big deal. He was having some fun with the media. Believe me, there'll be plenty of times we can jump him during the course of the season.
You were considerably more upset by hearing Aaron Rodgers ramble on about ayahuasca.
Oh, my dear God. Don't play that again. Can you fill a dunk tank full of that?
Let's hear from Wink Martindale, who's excited to be with the Giants.
I'll tell you what, you get up every morning, you see that skyline over there, and you know you're in the greatest city in the world and the greatest place to be to work at. And I'm just fired up to actually get into some real games.
Maybe I could develop a little Wink Martindale.
Yeah, how would you get like some game show music? You know what you should.
That's
do?
a good idea.
Just study up on the actual Wink Martindale and see if you could do like over the top game show stuff every time we're talking about Wink.
And then do that Wink Martindale. Maybe his voice is more, because this Wink.
Tell you what, you get up every morning, you see that skyline over there, and you know you're in the greatest city in the world and the greatest place to be to work at.
That's right.
And I'm just fired up to actually get into some real games.
So here's what I'm going
to see that skyline fires you up for a free trip to New York City. You and your family, fun 5 days and 6
I'm here
nights
with my family.
in the greatest city in the world, New York City.
I'm confused though, because it sounded like he had a bit of an accent there. He's from Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, Dayton, Ohio is like one of those, kind of like Paul O'Neill being from Cincinnati. It's close enough, I guess, to Kentucky to create an accent. Is that possible?
You heard it, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you get up every morning, you see that skyline over there, and you know
You wake up every morning, go to New York City, greatest city in the world. I mean, he's borderline key.
Now, Dayton, I think, is on the east side of Ohio, not the west, correct?
Some French fried potatoes.
I don't know. I'm not going to play geography.
You don't want to bother doing that, do you?
And what better way to work on, for me, in my own, this is my own belief, but what better way to work on my mental health than to have an experience like that? I mean, the best,
Make
the
it
greatest.
Stop. Please, dear God in heaven. Also, I found some stats here on divorce. Past statistics have shown that in the United States, 50% of first marriages end in divorce.
Correct.
67% of second marriages and 73% of third marriages.
No, I don't believe the stat.
Okay.
67%.
Because once you broke the seal, Peter. Now, again,
no,
you're
it's the
excluded.
opposite. But it's the opposite. How could you break the seal and want to do it? I guess
no, because here's what I'll say about it.
Oh, you know what? I kind of have a thought on it too.
There are people that just want to be married, and they don't care who it is. Like, I always looked at it this way: I don't want to be married. I want to be married to you. Like, you shouldn't be sitting there, God, I'm looking for a wife. No, you find the wife.
Mm-hmm.
You discover it and say, I want to be married to that person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go look for a bride. All right. But if people just want to be married, they get married, divorced. So they're right away going to want to get married again. And if it doesn't work, want to get married again. Like, once you broke the seal. But for you, Peter, that's not the case.
No.
This is you're in the rare situation where you were able to find another soulmate or another opportunity for a soulmate, not just somebody that's just hunting for a bride.
No, you're absolutely right.
So don't be afraid of those unbelievable statistics.
And yeah, those stats are very damning. Because I'll tell you this, I would assume a big part of it too includes, you probably have a lot of people who get married very young and then get divorced. They jumped at it at like 19 years old. It didn't work out. And then they tried it again and just happened to get it wrong the second time. Although it said third is even worse. You make it to third, it's 73% don't work out.
Yeah. Because what's going on? Because it's probably you.
By the time you're at 3.
Yeah, if you're getting to 3, then maybe you need to do something different.
All right, well,
how about be single?
You hear the story about Ed Orgeron? He talked a little bit about his buyout from LSU. Let's hear from Coach Orgeron.
I'm so grateful of my time, fellas. That was my opportunity. You know, coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Say, Coach, things are not going well. No, Ray Charles can see that, brother. Well, I got to tell you this, though. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
It's one thing to laugh at your own jokes, but to snort laugh your own joke?
That's
special.
But I got to tell you, I truly, in a sport that's filled with nothing but gobbledygook nonsense from press conferences and conversations, it's nice to hear someone give real feelings.
Listen, I don't know what he could do. I want the Jets or Giants to hire him to do something, because I want to hear more from him.
Can you imagine if you had him and Kiki on the same team? That would be football.
That would be football.
Can you imagine? Oh, you know what they would do for practice every day?
Football! Yes, football! They're playing football!
It would literally be, they would just come out there and Keehan would come out and be like, hey, Coach, I got an idea today. Here's what we're going to do. I took the pigskin and I put it in mayonnaise. I'm going to just chuck it on the field. And we'll just have everyone crash into each other. Try to get that there football. We fight, we pick up the football, and that's it.
The ambient noise of them in the room would just be our sound of mic'd up football players.
Yeah, that's what every conversation would sound like. That will do it for ENN on this Wednesday. I forgot it's already Wednesday evening.
Yeah, the Labor Day thing throws you off.
What happened? Is there a Yankee result yet?
No, we are now going on, I believe, to the bottom of the 11th, if I'm not mistaken. Still waiting for a result, which means we're still on yes.
And last thing,
and then they're going to go to a combo a post pre for the second.
Oh, a post pre.
Yeah.
Also, congratulations in order to Francis Tiafoe, who becomes the first American male to make the semis at the U.S. Open since Andy Roddick in 2006. Phone lines are open, 1-800-919-3776. We're going to take calls on everything the rest of the way. Peter and Don on the K Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
Introducing the Planet Fitness Guide to getting that post-workout glow. Step 1. What's your why? More epic energy? Better sleep? Blow off steam? Step 2. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime, and get moving. Go cardio crazy in our clean and spacious clubs. Jam out on the strength machines and get down with some dumbbells. Step 3. Bask in that post-workout glow. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends Wednesday, September 14th.
It's comparable to a house where things aren't working as they should. It's not something you could sleep off. You wake up, it's still there.
When you hear about a cure, it brings that hope back. It would mean to my kids that they get their mom back.
And people would be saying, hey, remember MS? You don't know what that is.
If no one would have to ever experience this, it would just change the world.
The Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson could end it right here. High fly ball. See ya! A walk-off grand slam, and the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx.
Sound of thunder. Not much time to run for cover.
He's not just on pace to get to 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
Some guys are just meant to hit home runs. This dude is absolutely incredible. What is the ceiling for this guy? How good can he really be?
He's done it again. A
march to history gets a little closer.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
When I was flying, I used to love sitting on the ramp. It has that wind in your face experience. And being on the recumbent kind of brought that back. RPG came through the belly of the aircraft. I'm not sure I would still be here if I didn't find the Friends and Wounded Warrior project that I did. We don't talk about the female combat wounded. These are our daughters and our sisters and our mothers. I got on the bike and I tried it out. It felt a lot like flight, and I felt like I got a piece of me back. In that moment, I was like, this is it. I'm unstoppable. You know, I can do anything. The truth is, I think we all have this strength inside of us, but until you're tested, you just don't know it's there.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson can end it right here. High fly ball. See ya. A walk-off grand slam. And the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx. Go what you gonna do? Go what you gonna do? Taking something out of the bag of tricks. Nasty Nestor. The diving Cortez. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Strike three. 6 strikeouts in a row. Cortez absolutely dominating.
He is so much fun to watch. When you become a champion, everyone wants a piece of you. You're a New York champion, so there's a lot more eyeballs on you this season. There's a target on your back, and to try and repeat is in the DNA of this football club now. It's time to get down to business, baby. Let's go. Abbots!
For every sport, there's a business behind the sport.
The total of that plus operation was $100,000 a day.
Forbes Sports Money goes inside the numbers.
I took the deal in equity.
To explore the financial side of the game.
It's been very successful for us.
Forbes Sports Money. New episodes every month right here on Yes. The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
It is the K Show on 98.7 ESPN, and yes, and the return of football is happening. Margaritaville tomorrow. Bart and Han, Times Square, to celebrate the new season, live from noon to 3. They have giveaways for guests. Appearances from Dan Marino, Adam Schefter, and Nick Mangold. Wow. All brought to you by DraftKings, Sloman's Dos Hombres, and Margaritaville Resort Times Square. Head to Margaritaville this football season. Enjoy $20 beer buckets and $6 margaritas. Don't mind if I do. Plus $3 off any appetizer during NFL or college games.
Yankees are a pitch away here from winning in extra innings. Bases loaded, nobody out. Full count on Ronald Guzman, who struck out 4 times today.
Well, this is exciting.
So we'll see what happens. and we'll keep you updated.
You love a bases loaded, no out situation, Don. It makes you feel very good.
Yeah, the Yankees are winning this game. It's just a matter of how and when. And you knew that basically at first pitch because it's the Twins.
How bad are the Twins record-wise? They're not that bad.
No, they're battling for first place, but against the Yankees.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. They cannot beat the Yankees ever.
Like since 2002, like if it was a 162-game season, like the Yankees would win 120 games if they only had to play the Twins. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Twins are 68 and 65.
No, they're a good
You're
team.
right.
The Central's awful.
They're just the Central is awful, but they are just owned by the Yankees. Let's go to Anthony in Bayside. What's up, Anthony?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Listen, I heard what Randy Levine said about the whole Aaron Judge situation. I didn't like it. I loved it. I loved what he said. He couldn't be more right. He couldn't be more right. And Yankee fans don't want to hear that maybe, but it's a privilege to play for the Yankees. It's the number one organization in all of sports. So go ask Robinson Cano what it feels like to be a superstar in New York and then want to take extra money elsewhere and go play your career in Seattle. He became an absolute nobody.
But wait a minute. Because he didn't play well. But you don't listen, I understand that it's New York and it's the Yankees, but he's going to have to give them a discount?
He doesn't have to. He doesn't. First of all, how old is Aaron Judge?
31.
31
He'll
years
be 31,
old.
yeah.
He's not 21. He's not young.
I get it, but the point is that, yeah, if everything's equal or maybe a little bit more, he'll stay with the Yankees. But if the Giants or the Mets or somebody else gives him significantly more, you think he's going to pass that up?
Then you know what? Let the Giants have. They're not going to let him sign with the Mets. I can tell you that. That'd be a catastrophe. But let the Giants have him. You want to play at 10:30 at night, East Coast time? Good luck, buddy. Have a good time.
I mean, Anthony.
Let me ask you a question. Who's the best player in baseball behind Aaron Judge? Mike Trout or Ohtani? Probably one of those two guys, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you seen them play this year?
Yeah, but hold on. But this is all stuff that you're deeming to be important, Anthony. What about you and your team? What do you see walking in the door to keep this team relevant? Aaron Judge is the reason this team's in the situation they're in.
And I appreciate that, Pete. He's doing a great job this year. He's having an all-time season. But you know what the Yankees' problem has been for the past X amount of years? The Yankees' problem has been we haven't walked away when it's time to walk away. What are you going to give this guy? 10 years?
No.
We're going to have him when he's 41?
No, I'm with. No, you're right. But when you talk about he's got to be a Yankee, he'll be irrelevant if he's not a Yankee. Don't bring up the Angels. Ohtani and Trout are in the situation there because the Angels are not a good team. So what if he goes to San Francisco and the Giants win 3 championships in 6 years like they did a few years ago? You don't know who Buster Posey is? You don't know who Barry Zito is? You know who these people are because they're in the playoffs every year. You knew who Pablo Sandoval was. He's from California.
And by the way, Aaron Judge is better than everyone you just mentioned.
No, but I'm saying
but to your point,
if the Angels were going to the playoffs every year, Peter, if they were the Atlanta Braves, the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Dodgers play at 10:30 at night. Do we know who Clayton Kershaw is? Do we know who Mookie Betts is?
That I got to tell you, to me, that was not a sound argument. Making the argument based on don't you want to be in New York? This is where you want to be. That's a fan thing, dude. That you know where he wants to be? The place that values him the most.
Wow. The Yankees had the bases loaded, nobody out, and did not score. They go to the 12th. By the way, that
might be your fault. That might have been your fault.
To Guzman, he grounded into a double play, and now a ground out by Gonzalez has now sent it to the 12th. It's not my fault. I'm just telling you. They will. The Yankees will win this game. It's the Twins. All right, so I jinxed it because I'm a god that can do all this stuff.
It's not about God. It's about jinx. Let's go to David in Brick. What's up, David?
Hey, Peter.
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking my call, man.
You're welcome.
Listen, I got a new account on Twitter. I just started following everybody in the radio station on Twitter, and I saw that, you're going to be at, I think it's Ainsworth in Hoboken tomorrow?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm taking a road trip up there, staying by my sister's place. She lives nearby there. I have a little experience with Hoboken. I've been there like 30 years ago. I know most places are like a hole in the wall, so I was wondering if you could say a little about the place and what you think about tomorrow night's game.
Well, first of all, David, thank you. It'll be exciting to have you in attendance. I think it'll be a great time. And I've never been to the Ainsworth in Hoboken, but the Ainsworth in general is a lovely, lovely establishment with tons of TVs and delicious food.
Now, do we know the address? Is it on Washington?
I gave out the address. It's on Frank Sinatra.
No, Hoboken's great. You're going to have a good time. As far as the game.
The game? Thoughts, Don?
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but I love the Bills.
Oh, do you?
Pick them. Now, what's the number? Do we have a number? Because we can make a pick tomorrow, you know.
Of course we can. It is Bills minus 2.5 at the Rams.
Love the Bills.
Love the Bills, huh?
Little Super Bowl hangover.
Or a little Super Bowl slept on. You win the Super Bowl and you're an underdog at home to start the season.
Bills are good.
Very good. Are we all a little too Bills happy?
We'll find out.
People are already putting this team in the Super Bowl.
I'm not doing that. I'm just saying they're a very good team.
I think Greeny today said Ravens Bucks.
All right, enough of the Bucks.
And I sort of agree with you. Let's hear from Greeny, by the way. This is when Greeny heard the news on Zach Wilson's injury.
You have got to be freaking kidding me. Oh, my God. I don't get a break. Someone come hug me. I need a hug because this is just ridiculous. Zach's not back till week 4 at earliest. He's not on PUP. Oh, for crying out loud. I just can't take this.
This is on the air?
310 Sinatra Drive, by the way, in Hoboken.
That was on the air?
That was on the air, yeah.
Yeah, I look at Greeny and say, boy, that's a guy that hasn't gotten a break.
You're talking about his professional life, though. He's talking about his sports life.
I'm talking about everything. He's got a beautiful family. He's a gorgeous guy. He's exceptionally talented, makes tons and tons of money. He's an outstanding human being with a terrific personality.
Yeah, in fact, and by the way...
when can any of us get a break like him?
By the way, Greeny, the worst thing in your life is the New York Jets. The only bad thing you have in your life, you can get rid of. It's right there if you want to. Let's take one last break and then finish out with your phone calls at 1-800-919-3776. The K Show on Yes and 98.7 ESPN.
Research shows that people remember ads with young people having a good time. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's a pool party.
Look what I brought!
Liberty Mutual! They customize your home insurance!
So you only pay for what you need!
Young people having a good time with insurance! Young people, good times, insurance!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We are cyclists. We come from Uganda, Rwanda,
Kenya.
We use tech to become Team Amani, show what we can do, make connections. We've gone far, but someday, when anyone can be in any room and everyone can compete, we'll go much farther. Everybody will.
So I climbed into the cab and then I settled down inside. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've traveled, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle her. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle, not shake it?
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone-in chicken wings.
Hubba, hubba. You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
If you struggle and struggle and struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose. Just sleep. Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me or Mr. Buttons or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives, every single day.
It's about support for every one of us four, and sometimes not four-legged best friends, waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge.
Shelter by shelter. City by city.
We can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
Well, the Yankees have given themselves a shot. Donaldson comes up, and he's the winning run at the plate. So you want to write a fairy tale? Donaldson can end it right here. High fly ball. See ya. A walk-off grand slam. And the Yankees pull victory from the jaws of defeat. What a big win for the New York Yankees.
Michael, can you say signature moment?
Absolute joy on this one swing in the Bronx.
You hear the sound of thunder.
He's not just on pace to get the 61. He's on pace to shatter that home run record, shatter it. See ya. Home run, Aaron Judge.
This dude is absolutely incredible.
And the march to history gets a little closer.
The stadium has come alive.
That's right. This was a fun game to watch.
Up for grabs. And he knew it. The crowd knew it.
The Yankee fans will remember for a long time.
Towing the slab and the boogie down.
You saw him do the gritty. I love it. I love it.
There's his walk-off home run. What a blast by Judge.
Oh, this is pretty sweet right here.
Get trending with Yes's off-field fashion.
Whoa, now that is a fly outfit.
As some of the best designers from the Fashion Institute of Technology.
The speed of that laser was insane.
Get the opportunity of a lifetime to style celebrities from the sports world and beyond.
For them to totally nail their styles.
Very classic.
Feels perfect. It's like hugging you.
Watch Off-Field Fashion, streaming now, exclusively on the Yes app.
The Yes app is your home for streaming the Yankees on Yes.
And that ball is gone.
Don't miss an inning of the action anywhere you go.
He makes the play.
Yankees baseball, streaming on the Yes app. Presented by Miller Lite.
It's just another color.
The sooner you recognize the signs of autism, the sooner you can make a lifetime of difference for your child. Start by answering a few simple questions at screenforautism.org.
Well, that's it, Yankee fans. Blame Don. From now on, he guaranteed a Yankee victory over the Twins. The Twins.
Well, that's really going out on a limb.
The Twins have now taken the lead 4-3. What is it, top 12?
12, yeah.
We're joined by Dan Garassa.
Hello.
Who's
How
coming
are
up
you?
next?
Ratings bonanza, by the way.
Is that confirmed, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Is that accurate? We got digits, we got numbers?
This segment's doing big numbers.
What, you mean the ratings bonanza that is when Dan comes on the show?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, everyone knows. Now, did you hear what Dan and I were just discussing?
I did.
This is
You didn't know that?
Dan,
That's why I don't 100% agree with it.
Dan, tell me what you just told. Dan and I were.
No, I believe the
story. Hold on. Stop talking about it when no one knows what we're talking about. Okay,
it's so inside. It's so inside. Nobody knows.
So Dan and I were just discussing the World Cup because Andrew and JJ are here about to start their podcast, Caught Offside, and we started talking soccer. And I said, I'm excited for World Cup. He said, I don't know about World Cup in November. I said, hey, I'm excited for that Black Friday, USA England, and that's when Dan dropped something fascinating to me.
The new partnership the NFL has with Amazon, because Amazon is, the exclusive home now for Thursday Night Football, which starts next week. Amazon wanted to implement a Black Friday game, tie into the whole shopping thing, the holidays and stuff. And they wanted to start it this year. And the NFL actually said, you know what? We're the NFL, but we're not soccer. We're not the World Cup. So the NFL said, let's start it next year because USA England is on Black Friday.
I'm Don. Are you shocked to hear this? Football taking a knee?
Yeah, they're
Google it.
No, again, I don't deny the story.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's because, we'll get crushed and pulverized the way you were talking about. The Thursday, that Amazon game is going to be what? Texans, Jaguars. They never give you a great game.
That's what I mean, right
there. And also, of the people that are in this room, all right. So so there's
three of us.
There's three plus the other two in the other room.
That's another room.
Okay. You got what? 3 of the 5 of you even knew. I didn't know there was. Yeah. I don't know anything about England, USA.
I bet Anthony knew.
Did Anthony know?
Anthony knew it was
happening.
Yeah.
What would you watch, Anthony?
Between a World Cup game and
generic football.
Oh, not even close.
Football? I'd probably watch the World Cup game.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
I'll be honest with you. Any team playing on that day, not the Jets. Like if it was an NFL game, I'm watching the World Cup.
But I do think it would win. I do think the soccer would win.
Totally.
But I think the NFL is looking at it as, do I want to start a partnership and have that kind of competition? I still think people would watch the football. But do you want to launch this? Because here's the thing that's dicey about like the Amazon. There's a lot of criticism, like how many people do watch it. Like it's probably not going to do the number you think because of the fact that it's an Amazon.
And
situation.
how many sports bars, like dive bars, that aren't equipped technologically to like stream games on a big screen? It's going to take them some time. That's what happens when after this year, when the Sunday Ticket, in all probability, is going to leave DirecTV and go to some streaming service. How many sports bars across the country that have huge crowds when the fans from out-of-market teams come in, they're going to have to get schooled up on that too.
Yes, but I don't know if it's, oh my God, I'm afraid to compete. It's just that, do I really want to have this new venture start off with a lousy number? But here's the other thing. Has anybody, and excuse me, my ignorance, do we even know streaming numbers? Like, has anybody gotten the ratings for the baseball that's been on Apple or Peacock or Amazon Prime?
I haven't seen them.
Is that even I don't even know if it's a thing. But you do want to start off this new venture on a good foot. It's probably not going to be a great matchup. Those Thursday matchups are usually, sometimes you get a good one, but for the most part, if you get stuck with a bad one.
Well, I saw this year, I want to say it's one of the international games in the NFL. It's exclusive to ESPN Plus, streamed only.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The one thing they got to figure, I'm going to sound like an old man, and you're 10 years younger than me, and Peter's younger too.
That's right.
Is they've got to figure out a way for me able to flip back and forth.
I agree.
I can't go to input, then go. I can't. Am I the only person that I have to get the remote for the TV only?
Right.
Hit source, go down to Fire Stick. That's what I have. Hit the button. Now I'm in the Fire Stick. But now I want to check what's going on ESPN on my DirecTV.
Well, but
I can't hit next channel like I would any other way.
And by the way, even you do that with, you're saying going from cable to Fire Stick.
Yeah.
I don't even have cable. I just have a Roku and watch on the DirecTV app.
And you can't do that either?
I still have to leave
That's
that,
awful.
go to the main screen, go to the next thing. It is still give us back cable. We're not even saving any money anymore, let's be honest.
We should do a
Let's
commercial.
add up our bills. If we were to add up what we're paying for each of these streaming services, no one's saving money anymore.
And think about this.
You know what I'm paying for cable?
If I can't flip around,
right,
and I've got to make a decision between the soccer or the football, I'm probably just going to watch the soccer because there's no stoppages, right? So if I'm going to commit to something because I can't flip around,
right,
soccer would have to win the faceoff. Not necessarily on the interest. You could be interested in both. But why would you flip off the thing that doesn't have any commercials? It's continuous play.
Oh, see, this is why they pay Don a huge sum of money that he gets.
Say what you want about soccer. You're in and out of there in 90 minutes.
It's
roughly.
You're in and out, and in a game like that in the World Cup, something this intense. The United States playing in general is craziness during the World Cup.
And plus, they missed the last World Cup too.
You think I don't know?
Yeah.
I was with during the last game when it completely fell apart. Andrew and I were watching in a back studio at the old ESPN office. Andrew, a horrible day for you, am I right?
One of the worst in my life as a sports.
You mean like the last game during qualifying? You're saying
against Trinidad and Tobago?
Oh,
it was. Remember what we said?
They got done in that day more by Tobago as much as Trinidad.
No, it was more. It was too much Tobago.
Too much Tobago.
Are you a Tobago guy, not a Tobago guy?
Tobago.
So what time is the soccer?
Is it 3 o'clock, Andrew? Or is it the last game of the day?
It is, which I was going to mention. Is the NFL, in terms of this Amazon Prime Black Friday game, they're married to it being a day game? That can't be in the 8:15 slot?
No, they can't, because you know why? Because then you have still the exclusive windows. The NFL doesn't, the same reason the NFL doesn't play games on Fridays, because they want to still cater to like the high school football people and not interfere. And plus Friday, you got a lot of college football.
Yeah. A lot of college as well.
That weekend is like rivalry weekend in college football, Thanksgiving, too. So that's why they wanted to steer clear of not playing
That is a nice thing the NFL does, by the way.
It's nice.
Like, why would they care about high school and college?
It's smart, though. It's their audience. They know it's their audience, too. They're catering to their audience. By the way,
football.
Garrett Cole will be on the hill for the Yankees if they ever play this game, too, with the Twins.
He's having another kid, by the way. You know that?
And that's right. And that's today's Yankee starting pitcher, brought to you by Bigelow Tea. Bigelow Tea, a proud supporter of the Michael Kay Show and the official hot tea of Joe Torre and the New York Yankees.
Yesterday, that's why I saw it.
Let's say goodbye to our friends at Yes.
You don't know.
Enjoy some post, some pre.
Malone.
Some all of that. And we will see you with Michael tomorrow right here at 3 o'clock. Catch you.
That's a wrap on the show for today. For all of us here on the Michael Kay Show, this is Chris Sheeran saying have a great night. We'll see you next time.
It's amazing what you can build on AWS. Imagine creating cool stuff that can make ordering tacos a breeze, or let you watch every shot from every player anywhere you want. Just imagine what they can do when I'm in charge.
The Earth's gravity changes in spring, when water moves in a mass-altering dance. Maybe that's why in spring, we're drawn in new directions, pulled out of hibernation and pushed into action. So be bold, make the shift, and gravitate to greatness.
Current eligible lessees get this low-mileage lease on this 2022 Cadillac XT5 for around $469 per month. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
The City Custom Cash Card automatically adjusts to earn you more cash back in your top eligible spend category.
Hi.
You don't have to keep tabs on rotating categories.
This is the only rotating I care about.
Or activate anything to earn. Your cash back automatically adjusts for you.
Can I get a cucumber water?
Earn 5% cash back that automatically adjusts to your top eligible spend category. Up to $500 spent each billing cycle with the City Custom Cash Card.
I love it.
We just moved, so there's millions of
Dahlias in bloom, over 9 acres. When we started, we grew 1/4 of an acre.
Now I'm taking on new products on the regular.
We always dreamed of having this property, so
I want to make my yard look as beautiful as
Butters here. Butters, how you doing over there?
We do both vegetables and
largemouth bass.
Yep.
We've got tons of them, don't we, buddy?
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com.
Wow, it's been 38 years since we were here. Back then, I could barely afford a hostel. I'm glad we invested for the long term with Vanguard. And now we're back here again. No jobs, no kids, just us. And our advisors preparing us for what lies ahead.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner, giving you confidence throughout today's longer retirement. That's the value of ownership.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
Every situation that gets a guy in, it gets a guy out.
Florial.
He had a big lead as McGill fires over to first.
Big lead, McGill, a big, tall guy, so it takes him a little bit to get going.
I know you guys like the little song right there. I can't if not the basement. About to steal a bag right now. Let's go, Florial. Must flow. Must flow. Must flow. I see no.
And I guarantee you IKF will be looking for that high leg kick again right here. If he gets that again, I don't think Gary has a chance to throw him out.
I'm Marquis. 0-1. Give him the deal. Oh, he's going.
There he goes.
Oh, that shit was right down the middle. Jay Rucker. I can't have balance.
I'm looking like
hey.
Let me get rain on 'em.
100 minutes in the chat from Annie. Let's go. Florial, that shit was right down the middle, Pat. 0-2 count. 0-2 count. 0-2 count. Come on. Come on. Don't strike out. Fuck.
With the single, Connor Falapa now has 40 runs batted in. He's an 80% base stealer, 16 of 20 this season.
Hey. Let's go. 0-2 count. 0-2 count. Wait for yours, Pa. Are you going outside?
There it goes. Throw to first. He got back.
Hello there.
He was going. Sanchez fired to first, but not in time.
He dropped the ball, idiots. What are you guys checking?
This is what you do.
He's safe. He's safe.
Hard couple few steps.
Oh, no, he didn't drop the ball. He's safe. He's safe. He's safe.
Good job, IKF. Just getting in, it looks like.
Hey, Len, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Bro, that shit was like a pitch out.
Now, Baldelli has to appeal to the umpires to check this out. I don't think he has a case here.
Looks like he just got that oven mitt back in before the tag.
This is the crew chief review on the same call at first base.
Give Gary some credit coming up, firing back to first right away. Making that play much closer than it might have been.
I'm not seeing anything to overturn that, Cam.
Yeah, me either. Like I said, that oven mitt like it just got to the bag. Rise kind of whiffs on the tag a little bit, so nobody hurt. And I think, like you said earlier, just one of those situations where Rocco Baldelli wants them to just take a look, because you never know. As crazy as this first game has went on.
Upon review, the call on the field is confirmed. Runner is safe.
Doesn't it seem like the crew chief, Larry Vanover, has had about enough?
Yeah, Larry does not look very fond of this replay thing, right?
So 1-2 count on Florial.
Larry also thinking we're in for a long day, the way it's going right now.
Swing and a miss. Florial down on strikes, one away.
I want to love Maslow so much, but I don't know if he's a big leaguer, man. I don't know. I don't know.
So that's going to bring up Trevino. His first at bat was in the 10th inning. He struck out. Higashioka started. Aaron Hicks pinch hit for him in the 8th inning. Deep fly ball center. But caught by Celestino. There it goes. Pitch is high.
Yes.
Can't keep control of the baseball. No throw. Stolen base for count of 11.
And I absolutely love the aggression by IKF. You know the boards are scuffing to put runs across the board. You come up with a huge knock and another good jumping, like you said, Gary just not able to handle that ball to get a throw off. Good pitch to run on, breaking ball up in the zone. And now Jose Trevino has an opportunity to give the Yankees a W in this first game of this doubleheader.
Come on, let's go. Vamos, Trevino. Ball.
Just missed. 2-0.
What's good, Crack Days? What's good, Crack Days?
Center fielder, right fielder, a little bit shallower, making sure they have an opportunity to make a good throw home.
Oh, that was a good pitch ahead. Oh.
Hello there.
And that's the one that if you're Jose Trevino, you want that.
Shit.
This is the ball that has to be put in play hard somewhere. Let's see if he goes back to the heater and tries
Hello
to
there.
get a better slider to get Trevino to miss.
Oof.
98 miles an hour, 2-2. Tied at 4, bottom of the 12th inning. First game of a doubleheader. Yankees.
Come on. 2-2. Oh, let's go. That's a move. Let's go. Come around.
They are going to hold IKF at third. Trevino is hung out between first and second.
No.
Get into a rundown. And the throw to third.
Yes. Save. Safe, I hope. Please. I hope he's safe.
A whole lot going on in this play right here. Nice piece of hitting from Trevino and a good job of Louis holding him up. Jake Cave coming to get this ball like you're supposed to. And then Trevino caught in between. I think he's trying to get that run home, and Correa with a cannon coming up, making a strong throw. And IKF just able to get in. But like you said, Michael, Miranda making a huge play to pick this ball, keeping the winning run from scoring. Now, did he get a lace on the helmet of IKF is what I wondered.
All right, so second and third, one man out. The
Nope.
infield in, the outfield in. And here's the rookie, Oswald Perez.
Vamos, Peraza. Vamos, a lo mío. Oh, okay.
And there's the strike. Double for his first big league hit in the third, then a couple of singles reached on an E5.
0-1. Vamos. Maceta. Oh! Damn, that's mad shallow. What the f? God damn, that shit was OD shallow. What the fuck? God damn, not great. Not great at all, actually. That was pretty bad.
Shallow for IKF to even try. 2 away.
Like you said, late in the game, the outfield is going to be in and make sure they take away that ability to tag up and score the winning run. So a nice job by Nick Gordon getting behind that ball and making a strong throw. But here we are now, Oswaldo Cabrera with the opportunity to get something going, to bust out right here.
He is 0 for his last 25. And he chops it foul. The infield, of course, backs up with 2 outs, as does the outfield. Looks like he's trying to calm him down.
Buddy was just telling him to take his time. That one right there doesn't feel good. Right off the top of his shin. Buddy was just trying to slow him down right off the knee.
Yeah.
Hello
yeah.
there.
Ah! Swinging and a miss 0-2. This young man is really struggling right now. You mentioned 0 for 25, 9 strikeouts, 2 of them in this game.
0-2 count. Vamos, Cabrera, vamos.
Hello there.
Simplify, pa.
100 miles an hour missed. 1 and 2.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go back to that again. See Oswaldo Cabrera behind the heater, tardy all day on the fastball, so be a pitch that they rely on this at bat. You don't want to do him a favor and speed him up with an all-speed pitch.
1-2.
Top foul.
And he almost did it right there.
Yankees trying to end it right here as Sanchez wants to go out and talk with McGill. So let's get you set up. You've got Connor Falefa at third. And Trevino is at second. With 2 outs of a 4-4 game, bottom of the 12th inning.
Please, Yankees, just walk it off here, bro. It's the fucking Twins, bro. It's the Twins, bro. They want to lose, bro. They want to lose.
Cabrera at the plate. 1-2 count.
1-2 count. Way to stay alive, Pat.
99 miles an hour.
99. Had a moment with the bat. A moment with the bat. Had a moment with the bat.
I would probably stay right there, maybe try to go a little bit above that to get a swing and a miss.
1-2.
1-2.
Let's go! That's the way! Cabrera! Let's go! Yankees win 5-4 with the walk-off. He broke his slump with the walk-off. Vamos, de lo mío. Ya tú sabes. Que lo que. Oswaldo Cabrera, 14th walk-off for the season for the Yankees. My man did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that never sleeps and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues are melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. And if I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New city that never sleeps, and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues are melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'm gonna make it anywhere. It's up